They're hidden.
Okay.
I'm going to leave this mic on.
Oh, you're leaving on?
You're the first of the day, so we'll check the rooms for levels later. These are the last for 10 hours.
Okay.
So we'll usually check after lunch and then go around and check the battery. We're going to check all the rooms.
All right, great. Great.
We left them here just for these guys.
Yeah, one time we got caught.
Yeah. We're going to make sure. And make it feel better. There you go.
three mics do we have?
I think they have one.
So it's just this. At one point there could only be two mics. We decided just for the whole day to be one clip-on, one. Okay, so this one works.
Yes, you can check. Yeah, it's already worked.
Test, test. All right, cool.
And here's a clip-on.
I think for Zach and I will just. Do you want to clip on actually, and then we? No. No, we'll just alternate.
Yeah, we'll just alternate.
All right. Who's connected? Are you guys connected?
What do you mean connected?
Do we have anyone that knows how to operate a projector?
Oh, it's turning on.
Never mind. All right. So this is where I'm going to stop wasting all y'all time. And we're going to get started even without the amazing slide deck that we've designed for everybody. So first of all, welcome to NixCon North America for the first time. I'm tingling. I mean, when we were thinking about this last year, we said NixCon in North America, 21 years has passed, we can legally drink here now. So maybe, I guess it's a good time. And we kicked it off. We kicked it off with a lot of ambition, a lot of volunteers. And honestly, we didn't know if it was going to be us, 5 more peoples, and maybe 4 folks that got lost from SCaLE, or this. So wherever you all came from, the trips you took to take here, huge thank you. This is just really exciting to open up a new conference in a new continent for the first time. So thank you all.
We should probably introduce ourselves. My name is Zach. I was in charge of putting together the program, and this is Ron. We both work at Phlox Purple. But honestly, this was something that I wanted to do just because I got to go to NixCon last year for the first time, and it was awesome. It was nerdy, it was full of weird stuff, and it was great. So I wanted to bring that here. There's a couple of people we need to thank for helping us put this together. So there's Ilan Rabinovich. He's one of the SCaLE organizers, and this would not have been possible without them. Also, Catherine Saunders was somebody that helped us do a lot of the administrative work. One day we'll get the projector working. Who knows when that day will be. So yeah, we're obviously running a little bit, but yeah.
So everyone that took part in being volunteers, because there's a huge list of folks that just made this happen, can you guys like raise your hand for a second? Come on, raise your hand. Don't be shy. If you did anything, raise your hand, and that's a huge... This was made in 3 months by a group of folks with just passion, like nothing else. So we're expecting a lot of things to break. We hope there's a lot of patience. And you're going to see yellow lanyards. Those are folks you can ask questions, and they'll try to help you or try not. Yes, that's how it looks like. So, and again, a giant thank you to SCaLE. We decided to co-locate with SCaLE. I won't bore you with the whole story of how we got here, but you can find us, we can talk about it, we can have beers. So going through the deck that we do not have, I'll hand it off to Zach.
That assumes that I remember what's on the deck. So, yeah, you want to just show the laptop to me so I can read off of it? We have a great slide full of sponsors.
Show the slide full of sponsors. Thank you for the sponsors. We're going to show that slide later on when the projector works, so sponsors, please come back also next year. I promise that your name will be on the screen, and everyone will remember you. That's too wild right now. I'm kidding, that's a good idea.
Hey, you know what? That makes sense.
See the next screen?
Yeah. This one says, "Welcome to NixCon North America." Cool.
All right. So,
Yeah, just show us the screen for now. We're gonna do it live.
all right. So we have 2 days. Today's going to be a day of pure workshops, intro to Nix, some more advanced things. What's going to happen is if you don't have a seat out here, we have that outdoor space that's kind of like a hacking room.
Even that's not
What
working.
we're going to do is we're going to do a mini
Here we go.
workshops out there
Okay.
with volunteers that know a bit of Nix. Can't promise the scale of knowing Nix, but they'll do some Nix stuff with you. All right, so again, if there's no seats in here, we'll take care of you out there. Thank you, Zach. That's today. The most important part of today, though, is karaoke. Today, at 9 p.m. at the Boulevard. You guys will have that information in a sec when we hook something up. It's a bar 10 minutes from here. karaoke. There are some karaoke stars in here that I highly recommend to come and see. Do it. Tomorrow we're doing actually half a day of talks. All right. There we go.
We did it. Here's the list of volunteers. All these people made this possible. Huge thank you. Like Ron said, we threw this together in 3 months. Tom, do not touch your laptop.
Let's go to the agenda. Sponsors, thank you. You're on.
Yeah. Okay, so leave it here. Sessionize. This is the app we use to put the whole schedule together and stuff like that. This is a progressive web app that you can install to your home screen. It has a schedule for the talks, which rooms they're in, stuff like that. It's very, very nice, very helpful. You can also like favorite talks, so you can, say, oh, I'm going to be in the hallway track for most of the day, except for these couple of talks. Very useful. So definitely grab that. Okay, yeah, so here's the agenda. So we have a couple of workshops today. So we have Rock and Tom up first. They were supposed to start a few minutes ago. It's fine. Okay, so on to the next slide. Karaoke, like we said, that's tonight at 9 p.m. Gonna shred that stage. On to the next slide. No, go back, go back. Yes.
They were really nice to us. Like, that was the only bar that was like, how many people? 50, 100? Sure, come on over.
Yeah.
Every other bar was like, no, we won't reserve you a spot. But we're like, well, come.
Yeah.
So that's before the karaoke. Your choice. Dealers kind of,
Are you buying?
Is that Google over there with all the money on it?
Yeah. Okay.
Next slide.
Next slide.
That's the only key information, other than the fact that, be nice, be cordial. We are going to be doing an ICO today, just like we did in September. What that means is we're going to unleash a Nix coin. It's all sponsored by Ilko. Don't worry about it. He's somewhere here. But on reality, there's an amazing individual in the crowd here. His name is Ross Turk, and he technically handmade with a machine Nix pogs. So if you ask cool questions and you do cool things over the next few days, you're going to be given Nix pogs. Can they buy you something? Not yet. That's up to Ilko.
Yet. Yet.
But maybe at some point. There are also denominations of these pogs. So white is the first one, and there's more. You'll find those out, but it should be cool.
Okay, last thing we do before we get started. It's my mom's birthday, so you're all going to sing her happy birthday. So her name is Lori. It's not on a slide. Don't worry, Tom. You all are going to sing her happy birthday. Her name is Lori. Ron, take the mic. I'm going to operate the camera.
Did I just start the karaoke now? Oh, wow.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lori. Happy birthday to you. Woo! NixCon North America for the first time. Thank you guys. Thank you everybody. There's a survey. It's going to be up. Tell us what you think. That's what's going to make next year happen. And one final shout out. This person on stage organized the first NixCon ever. And now he's going to tell you how to do Nix, which I think is pretty cool. Tom's all right as well. He'll introduce himself. All right. And with that, we're going to hand it over. Thank you guys. Apologies. Wait. Dan. Yeah, come on, start funneling in. Cool. And if anybody wants to be part of the leading an unconference, see me outside. We're going to do a little unconference workshops and hacking outside. Thank you all. I know he's just telling that there's a seat next to him. Yeah, seats over here. sits over here. There's like 5 more seats, 7 more seats over here. If you want to come in. While we wait? Sorry.
Volunteers. Okay. Cool. Are you guys good to go?
Yeah, let's just go. So we
All right.
catch up.
Want to say hello? And then I'll
Okay. Hello. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, water technology doesn't mix. Yeah. Welcome. Also from our names. I'm Rock. Flew too long to come here, but I definitely say it's worth it. Yeah, as Ron said, I organized the first NixCon. It was in Berlin, 2015. I was still without a great beard. Basically, it went like this: that I met somebody randomly in a kebab shop in Berlin. You use Nix, I use Nix. I know 50 people, he knows 20 people, let's organize the conference. And that was basically it. So the first workshop we have is how to basically welcome those of you who are new to Nix, to walk you through all the hurdles you might have. So yeah. Tom?
Can anyone hear me? Does it work? Yeah. Okay. Well, so yes. Okay. Welcome to NixCon. This is awesome. Thank you so much. This is great. So the first thing I want to start with is say, yeah, we're going to try to kind of do this whole conference as a way to get a lot of incoming excitement, a lot of beginners. That was the whole focus for how we kind of put this together, was focus on this kind of new arena, focus on the people who are trying to kind of show up and learn about this. And so for that, that's kind of what all the workshops are kind of a little bit more geared towards, as the talks are going to be geared towards. So the first thing I kind of want to ask is, who already is comfortable with using Nix? Give me some hands. Higher. Higher, higher, higher. Okay, okay. I see some people who I know are lying. Higher, higher, higher. Keep them up. No, no, keep them up. Keep them up. Okay, okay, okay. Everyone who doesn't have their hands up, these are people you should ask questions to. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for accepting the responsibility of introducing Nix to all the other people. Sure, why not? So I actually mean this seriously. Like, there's a lot of people here who are like, we just heard about this, we just showed up, we don't know anything about it. And, well, we also have people here who know a lot of things. So talk to each other, interact, and yeah, you saw the hands, so thank you for volunteering. All right, so I'm Tom Breckney. You might know me as Tom Breck, and we're going to try to give you, just kind of get you started, kind of figure out how this whole crazy thing works while we're dealing with technical difficulties.
Okay, so you heard about Nix, somebody told you it's cool. Reality, this. So you will, as we all did, fall into the trap of Nix. It promises us a lot. It actually delivers a lot of those things, but it's really hard to get there. This talk, this workshop, the main focus is we know about those traps. We'll basically go together through them. We won't discover all the traps. You'll find some of them yourself. But basically what we will get is, of course, we'll talk about a bit. First trap is ecosystem. Where is what? How do you get access? What are all those names that you'll hear? The second thing, we'll go together and install Nix. Yes, please? Yeah, so we have a bit of a problem with recording. It's being the slides. The slides will be public, and recording is happening there. Hi, Mom. No birthday. No need to sing yet. Yeah, where was I? Installing Nix. It's as much as Nix should be easy to install, there are problems, as with any software. But once you have Nix, everything gets easier. Well, next thing, we'll go through over some basic commands, some pitfalls that we have. We are improving things, of course, in the Nix ecosystem, but there are still some things that you're used to from other tools that maybe work differently than expected. We'll go together through them. Then we'll talk about flakes. No, doesn't matter if you know about them or not, we'll explain them. Nix language. That's a hurdle. You see where it comes, it's where it becomes really steep. That's the point. And then we'll go, how do you use it, the Nix language, to create your own development environment. We'll look, that's an advanced topic, but we'll still just briefly look at it, just give you a hint, how to create a custom package. And at last, we'll just unwrap the basic, let's say, concepts or keywords, some reference points. Yeah, so that's going to be the whole journey today. So let's go. You want to take this one? Switch.
Okay, so one of the first things, a lot of people sometimes come to the ecosystem and there's a lot thrown at you. You kind of have all these terms that might be a little bit weird, there's all these different projects, there's all these use cases, and you have a particular use case in mind, or you might have a conception, or you don't even have one, and having so many concepts thrown at you at once is often difficult. So we're trying to kind of maybe establish a few of them. We can't cover all of them because that'll probably confuse people more. So first off, how does this whole thing start? Way back in 2003, right, Ilko wrote this thesis about, hey, we should be able to deploy software, right? I actually really like the quotes. I'm just going to keep reading this every time I'm on any stage. Right, this thesis is about getting computer programs from one machine to another and having them still work when they get there. That's really not that's a pretty good statement of what it is we're trying to do. So go read it if you want, but that's great. So some references, some links, so you guys can kind of get started. We're going to cover a lot of just about what the Nix language and the CLI does today and get you started. That's kind of the contents of this workshop. Again, it's not going to explain everything. It's not going to go into all the details. We're just going to give you enough of an introduction so you kind of see how people are using this. Question in the back. We can try to do some dimming, yes. Or no, maybe not. Apologies. Yeah, so the idea here is not obviously to go into like anything advanced. As soon as we started to find ourselves starting to talk about advanced topics, we try to pull ourselves back and not go into so much detail. All right, so Nix is this kind of tool that allows you to run those programs on other machines and make them work. But you need other things around in the ecosystem. Just do that really, really fast. And that might work. So the next big piece of the ecosystem that you'll probably kind of come across is this thing called Nix packages. Okay. Yes. Woo! Nix packages is a bunch of recipes, a bunch of descriptions of software that is out there. A large piece of the open source world is kind of available via this mechanism, and it's maintained by a bunch of people doing a lot of hard work for a long time, so definitely thank them. And this thing is pretty big, it's pretty expansive, and it's pretty useful. And knowing how to navigate it, though, can get complicated. So we'll try to kind of introduce some portions of this. Then there's more pieces to the ecosystem, right? Then people said, hey, this idea of making software work is really good, okay? Making it reliable is really good. What if we build an operating system on this? Okay, we're going to build it on as a Linux distribution and do a whole bunch of things with this package manager. Because up until this point, the operating system, they didn't have an operating system for this. It was actually a package manager that coexisted on other systems. Whatever your other system was, you'd kind of put Nix on it and use it. With NixOS, people said, hey, let's kind of take this idea and kind of run with it. So I also want to make sure it's clear that you don't have to use the operating system to use Nix. It's often a misconception, probably because the web page URL is NixOS. Apologies for that. And there's lots of other things out there. And each of these things either have a use case or was just someone's crazy idea that became popular, or is just a crazy idea and just is still a crazy idea. But there's a lot of things in the ecosystem. We just want to give you the highlights of like where to get started. Okay, so one of the first things that I want to say is, before we get into actually getting started, is we know it's kind of going to have, there's a lot of people here. If we want to do some overflow, I know they're going to be trying to set up some talks outside. But the format we're trying to go for here is a lot of questions. We're going to go pretty slow and trying to make it so that everyone can kind of either like keep up, keep track. We want this to be hands-on. We don't want to be up here like lecturing. So we're going to be like introduce a concept or introduce something, and then we're going to actually just kind of walk around and make sure everyone's kind of understanding it, kind of do this in a step-by-step motion. So yeah, let's get this started. Rock?
First obstacle. Installing Nix. It's not hard if it works. Of course. What you will do, you will Google, most likely, or Bing it, and you will find this website, and you will go to it, and you will be presented with something like this. Hopefully that's the last time you will curl something in your shell, but the first problem is there because there is a choice. While choice is nice, in this case is a problem. And what's the choice that you have to select for? We have a multi-user installation, which is recommended, and a single user installation. And you will say, why is that important? Even worse, we say, when you do multi-user, the flag for the installer is --daemon. So it's not multi-user, but daemon. And the other one, no daemon. So this is the first problem, and it scares a lot of people. What should I do? So a bit below this, of course, a lot of people miss it. I did. Is what are the pros and cons? This is going to be very sort of short. If the multi-user installation is a bit more involved, it does create users, as the name suggests, and it runs then after the daemon. But it produces a better installation of Nix. The single user is much easier because you literally just put the binary somewhere, but there is no daemon. The daemon, which runs in the background, assures the packages will be built reproducibly. Now, this might not be a problem if you're using in all the environments. So, if you can, use the multi-user installation or the daemon installation, we can also say. And if not, single user. They are environments where you cannot run the daemon in the background. One example of them is a Docker environment. Right? So inside the Docker, when you install it, majority of the time you will run in a single user installation. What does that mean from a user point of view? When will you be using? When you're going to be installing packages from already pre-built, everything will work. Command line works the same way. Everything behaves the same. The only difference comes when you are building new packages. And when you are building the things that you build, what we say in Nix is they might be not pure, not reproducible. But, yeah. I mentioned Nix. This is how you get, we also ship Nix in a Docker. That's, if you want to try Nix, you're familiar with Docker. We all have to be, that's how it is. Docker run -it NixOS/Nix, and you will be greeted with a Nix installation. There is also some other instructions on the website how to mount the current directory so that you can work with your current code base. There is also what we forgot to say. Well, there is also another, let's say, we're looking forward how to improve this installation. So there is a different installer being developed alongside the existing installer. It's being done by Determinate Systems. It's a bit more reliable. So if the default or the official one fails, you might give this one a try. You'll have maybe more luck. And this is hopefully soon going to become an official one, right? So thank you, determinate systems, for work on this. Where are you? Thank you. Verify that you're running Nix on your system when you install it. And now the important part. This workshop, how to explain this to not confuse you more. Let's put it this way. Nix is a community of people with different backgrounds, different needs. And we are not maybe so, we don't think the same. We have different needs. So how Nix started is not sort of where, how Nix started is that it was this policy-free collection of tools that you could use together. This means you had a bunch of command line utilities that you just knew how to use together. There was not very cohesive way. What happens, a lot of other package managers, because they only do package management job, have this one command line utility that guides you through the whole process. The UX is much better. For this reason, you will need to put in your, it's not yet official, but you will need to put this following incantation in your Nix configuration. Experimental features, Nix command, and flakes. We will explain what this means, but for the purpose of this workshop, we will be referencing this because it provides a better user experience, especially for somebody coming to Nix. Not the perfect one, but a much better experience. We will explain what this means, right? For the purpose of now, this is the magic that will make all the other commands in this talk, in this workshop work. Yeah. Did somebody already install Nix while I was talking? You're a lucky one. You had a good network, that's why. So, yeah.
So I think actually, let's just take this one as a moment to pause. Actually, let's go back. Let's actually start doing this like workshop style. So, you know, I presume everyone with their hands raised probably already has gone through this and is somewhat familiar. So I'm really interested in all the people who did not have their hands raised and maybe are starting to kind of go through this. So if you're running into problems, we have a bunch of people with volunteers and lanyards and all those people who volunteered with their hands up, like start figuring it out. Like we're gonna try to do this kind of with you. So if you have any issues, if you're going through it right now, like literally raise your hand and yell at us. Absolutely, yeah. So one nice advantage of the determinate system installer is you don't have to kind of do this manually. Cool. Question?
Is there a Docker image that already kind of has it installed?
The question was, is there a Docker image? Yes. So, yeah, so with that particular image right there, you're going to have to go through that configuration trick as well. But there's a Docker image if you want to just have a really low barrier to getting started and don't want to deal with like making the daemon choices and all that. Question?
Putting it on our laptop, and we're the sole user, should we still do multi-user install?
Yes, that's the recommended one we've got on there. It, again, can work either way, but the recommended is to do the multi-user. Sorry, the question was, if you're the sole user of a laptop, should you, do which style of installation? And the recommended is still to do the multi-user. Some of the reasons you might not want to is if, let's say, like you can't because of like permissions. Let's say you're not the administrator for your computer, you're on some other sort of ecosystem that like makes that more difficult. Then you can't run services or something along those lines. You can see there's reasons for that. Question? Yep. Switching over like that, it's going to cause you some issues. So if you've got one already like up and running, then stick with that. If you already did that and you want to switch over, you still can, but you got to kind of clean up after kind of go through a process to install. If you've already done so, is that an issue at the moment? We can get you some help. Yeah, if you're good, you're up and running, then just leave it for now. But if you do want afterwards help to like switch that over, just contact one of us or ask someone, and we can get that going pretty easily. How's everyone doing? Have we kind of caught up? We're going to slow this down as much as possible. So I want thumbs up, I want hands up, I want whoops and hollers. Wi-Fi slow. Okay, okay. I don't know what I can do to make that faster. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Which one? Okay, so yeah, so this is basically a kind of the configuration one line. Just add this at the end of your nix.conf, located at etc.nix.conf. And then at that point, you should be able to run the following things and kind of follow along. Question? Yes?
My machine, the Nix directory was not created on installation. Is it supposed to be?
It's fine. Create it. You have to create a directory. It's not there.
Yeah, the question is if it's not created, then you can create that directory and make it. And then if it's in the right place, it'll get read. So the question was, how is Nix, the package manager, different than other package managers? We're going to answer that as we go along. But to kind of give it just a quick response, the difference is this is something that, or the biggest difference you'll kind of see is that this is something that can coexist on other ecosystems. So it's not like sometimes in some places you'll have a package manager that kind of wants to own your entire system. This is kind of like an overlay. You can use this in kind of more flexible ways. There's a lot more power you get out of it. And we're trying to kind of introduce people to what some of those things are, and we'll go through that as we go through the rest of the talk. Okay. All right, let's get started then. Hopefully everyone's kind of caught up a little bit on installation. All right, so basic commands. This is a question in the back. No. The question was, do you have to run something after you modify the configuration file? No, for something like this, you're not going to have to change anything. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to run you through some basic things. It's going to be, we're going to search how to like manage and manipulate a profile, how to run software, how to get software kind of brought into your ecosystem, into your environment, and how to build things. So the format, again, is we're going to introduce, we're going to pause, we're going to give some time to explore, ask questions, and then proceed. All right, so first off, we want to find software. We don't know where it is, we don't know what it's called, we want to find it. So running something like this is kind of a great way to get started. I like something like htop. Let's actually search for something, and this is kind of like the syntax for this. So you search for this, you say, hey, I want to get information, and one of the things is going to be the thing you asked for. Now, to explain what's going on here, this is going to search for htop in the Nix packages set that we mentioned earlier. This is kind of the place where we have a whole bunch of packages ready and available for you, packaged by a bunch of maintainers who make that possible. First thing to note is you could kind of ignore this portion in the beginning that says, hey, legacy packages and whatever system you've got, because most of that's going to be filled in for you. It's going to be filled in on your behalf, but this is being like ultra specific, a bit more verbose. But for the most part, you don't really need to even see that portion. Keep going. Yeah. Now, the first time you run something like this, it's going to, questions? Go ahead. Very nice. Hotspot. If you got hotspots, start using them. Is it going to be the only proposal I've got? All right, so it's going to be slow the first time. See, I already predicted this. It's going to be this slow the first time. So yes, you're going to have to download things. This is kind of like running the first time is also similar like when you run upgrade or something, or update. You're going to update your view of what it is that's going to be available. But once this thing is downloaded, once it's unpacked, and after you do this like first search, subsequent searches are actually going to be way faster because there's a cache that makes this thing much nicer. And you'll see some sort of output like this. So hopefully we don't keep hitting the GitHub rate limit, but any questions so far on just like searching for things and trying to find software? There's also search.nixos.org if you want to kind of do this in a web page format and just put it in there, and the results are going to be extremely similar if you're trying to get information. Yes?
I noticed we're talking about installing Nix specifically. I'm running NixOS, and we cannot modify the Nix con.
Correct.
Did we go over that at all? I have a whole page to fix it. I just wanted to know that.
Good point. Yeah, so if you're already running NixOS, then right, it's a declarative thing. You're not going to probably be able to have write access to that configuration file. There's ways to do that. So if you've run into that problem, you have NixOS already, but you don't have the config, and you need help, raise your hand. Someone with the hands up will help you. Yeah, there we go. We got that one figured out. Okay, searching, everyone's good? Yes, thumbs up, thumbs down. Go faster, go slower. I see thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, next. Oh, common mistake. Hey, I just want to search for htop, and you get like, oh my god, it didn't work, right? What happened here is the user just kind of forgot to say, where am I searching in? We don't have anything defaulted to say, hey, every single user wants Nix packages. We don't want Nix packages to be kind of privileged in some way over other package sets that might be out there. So that's just a common mistake you'll see in the very beginning. That's the reason behind that. Who's had a successful search? Hands up. Who is confused? It's not working? Who doesn't like it? Oh, if you want to pog, you got to keep those hands up. This is going to be a shoulder exercise. Keep the hands up. Okay. Yes, question.
What if, how do you search for packages
For a particular chipset. So you can also do that by saying you need to search for in a particular system, but let's answer that afterwards if you can. But you can search for other platforms if you need to. By default, the search will be for your own platform. Is that okay? Okay. Question. So the question is, are there any other common repos out there you can be searching in? Yes. That's kind of that's one of the big points of this like Flake ecosystem, is that there's other repositories that I can go search in, not just Nix packages. Nix packages just happens to be one of the biggest, most important one, kind of very central to the community, but you can search in any other thing. That's kind of what a flake is when you turned on that feature, is you can go search in other flakes for things. Okay, moving on. Okay, so first thing to note is there's this thing called Nix profile. Now, we use this kind of often in a like ad hoc manner to quickly bring something in. This, interestingly enough, is not a very declarative way to do things. It's very imperative, right? So this is used to say, hey, I want to install a piece of software. I want to remove it. I want to upgrade it. I want to get rid of it. Things along those lines. It's not declarative, but it's just useful. So using something like this allows you to kind of solve this problem. So this is kind of the basics of it. Let's go see. I think there's common. Yeah, so common mistake made with profiles is, hey, I am going to install like some compiler, and then great, okay, I now need to install some libraries, and you start trying to do this with a profile, and it's not really going to work usually the way you expect. So don't expect this to give you a development environment, right? Instead, expect this to just give you access to a program. Right? Some sort of like command line utility or some sort of binary, but it's not going to kind of hook everything up so that you can kind of build with libraries and install development environments or like dev tooling and things along those lines. Just think about this as you're just adding stuff to your path. That's it. Not, once you start talking about libraries, this is probably not appropriate. Nice thing about this is you can start installing, removing things, moving things around, and this is relatively cheap. There's no, you can destroy this thing, you can wipe your history, it's safe. You're not going to mess things up. This is kind of one of the benefits of Nix as the package manager, that you can start manipulating these profiles and you can roll back, you could install, you could remove, and it doesn't really matter all that much. So we got a question in the back. We're going to cover NixShell just a second after this. Yes. Right. So one thing that this does is that it adds these packages into this profile, and that gets saved in your home directory, and there's a reference to it so that when you come back the next day, it's still going to be there. So it's a little bit more permanent than NixShell, which we'll cover in a second, which is even more kind of ad hoc than this. Question on the right. Yes. So the question is this a replacement for Nix-env? This is the new Nix commands replacement for NixEnv. Correct. Yes. So the question is, does this pin Nix packages? So the way that works is whatever that Nix packages is at the moment that you run this installation, it's going to be used, resolved, pinned down, and so obviously that particular profile will use that. Once you run an upgrade, if you kind of said, hey, I just want whatever the Nix packages is, then that upgrade will kind of try to say, let me try a new one. If you're very specific about what exact Nix packages you have during installation, it'll keep it there. So you kind of have that flexibility to pin it down or to kind of keep it floating over time. Question?
Is there a way to go from a Nix profile and export it out to like a Lake or some other more permanent Nix configuration?
So the question is there a way to export from a Nix profile into a more permanent Nix configuration? Built in? No. There are some tools people have been playing with to make that a little bit easier to do that, and that's a direction that we might go in, but built in, no. And that's one of the limitations, is that you kind of use this thing, and then there's like a conceptual leap to get into those other pieces of it. So this is kind of a little bit independent of that. Sir? Sorry? Yes, so I mean, technically there's nothing preventing that from happening. There's tooling you can build for that, and there's ways to do it. But like, there's no built-in command that's like, hey, export profile. But PR is welcome to the next project. All right, let's pause here. Are we good on this? Any questions? Any thoughts? Anyone hit any problems? How are we with the GitHub rate limiting? We're not okay. We're bad on the rate limiting. Okay.
We're good on the rate limit.
Oh.
Definitely being limited.
Okay. Question? So the question is, should we instruct people to use their GitHub tokens so that we get more, get off the rate limiting? That likely would work, but then getting everyone coordinated all at once to do that the right way, it might, I don't know. At this point, that might be kind of a bit too late. But if you know how to do it, absolutely do it. Yes, there are a few other places off the top of my head. I don't know what other ones to point you at for other Git mirrors. So in terms of hitting that rate limit, I think the best option you got is to try to use hotspots. Just because we're hitting, like, everyone's coming out of one access point, and we look like there's just one person hitting it really fast. Okay, next. All right, so next basic command we got here is nixrun. All right. Nixrun is to basically, like, I just want to quickly run something. I know what its name is. I don't really want to install it or keep it around for a long time. Great, I just want to run something. You say, hey, I want a nixrun. You say where you're going to get it from. You can get it from Nix packages or any other package set that's out there. And you say, hey, hash. This one, my example is btop. I want to run this piece of software, and it just runs it. It does a few things, like it downloads it, it makes sure that you have it locally, all its dependencies exist, and then you just run that piece of software, but you're not actually installing it anywhere permanently, so it could actually, a few days later just be completely gone and off your system because there's some garbage collection mechanism behind the scenes. But this is for just quickly running something because you need quick access to it, but you don't want to keep it around. Question? Yeah, so the question is it common to alias these things if you just want to quickly use them? Absolutely. There's a lot of people that just alias either like Nix packages or just most of this command, so they just want to run, I don't know, run btop or something. Yes, people do that quite often. Question? Good point. Someone turned on a VPN and bypassed all those rate limiting. So if you got a VPN, start turning them on. Thank you for the tip. Question? Yeah, if you got access to some server somewhere or some other machine, SSH to that and go from there. That will also help with the community abuse of the public resources. Keep going. Okay, so with Nix Run, if you need a little bit more kind of, I got like things I want to do, you could add additional command line arguments. If you want to have something that has a dash in it for some sort of options or flags, you got to put in this little dash dash. That tells you I'm no longer talking to Nix, I want to talk to whatever that program is. That's just a common mistake that we people run into. All right, so yeah, keep it going. So, questions so far? Issues? Have people been successful or able to do this at this point? Question? Yes. Yes, the question is, you ran into a problem with Nix search using too much memory on a 2 GB system. Yep, for that initial search, it's going to take 4. If you don't, you can kind of bypass that in various ways and kind of still make it work. But yeah, this is a problem we're still working on trying to fix. Nix packages is big. Sorry. And it's going to take something along at least like a 4 GB system to do that initial evaluation. Yep, go. Question left.
This is probably a silly question, but I'm getting an issue about locale. No UTF-8 locale.
Yeah, so if you run into an issue that references locales of some kind, then please raise your hand and we'll have one of the volunteers come help you out. So if you're in an issue with either, yeah, who's a volunteer? Who can volunteer for fixing locale issues? I see a hand over there, so get together. If you run into anything that mentions a locale, then raise your hand, get some help. If you have anything that references a SSL error or a SSL certificate error, also raise your hand and get help from someone with a lanyard, or just someone who knows what they're doing. Go ahead. Okay, so a recommended fix for this is to install NSCD. Thank you. Yeah, so the recommendation here is to apt install NSCD, but get together, just literally get up, let's stand up, let's kind of make this dynamic. All right, question?
Question about packages, like the
Yeah, so the question is, what version of software is there in Nix packages? Is it the latest and greatest? The answer is yes. That's why we love Nix packages. So there's, sorry? I'm sorry? If you don't like the latest and greatest, you can actually run something that's older, so you can go to an older version of Nix packages, or if you want something even newer, you could start to build your own custom package that has something even newer. That's kind of a bit more advanced, but that flexibility is available to you. But generally speaking, Nix packages is pretty dang current. It's actually one of the amazing things about it that it, in contrast to a lot of package managers out there, it's quite current, especially if you're running off of like the latest available.
You can pick the stable bi-yearly releases.
Yeah, if you want something that is kind of a bit more stable, moves a little bit slower, we have bi-yearly releases. So the latest would have been 23.11. And then pretty soon we'll have 24.05. That's usually associated with a NixOS release. There's also a time period where there's a lot of work put in play to make things up to date, make things work really nicely together. So there's like an island of stability basically every 6 months. Question?
Compare and contrast between this and Nix, like a Nix Run versus a Nix-SCaLE. Is there a generational difference? Is there movement in one direction or the other? Is both functionalities accomplish the same thing?
So the question is, can we compare and contrast Nix Run versus Nix SCaLE? Yep, that's the next thing we'll cover is Nix SCaLE.
But is one the direction we're going in and versus the other? Is one legacy and one's newer?
So Nix-SCaLE is basically the current stable way to do things. Nix-SCaLE, Nix-Run is kind of this future-looking way to use the command line. Yes. So that's that experimental feature we turned on. Yes.
I just want to mention about the version. Usually people miss it. There is a website called Nix version. So you can put like a package that you want, and you can see all the version. Pressing the even the revision exactly you can say.
Correct. So this is a clarification to the question about versions. There are a few resources available to, if you have a very specific version of some software you're looking for, there's a website you can get to that says you can put in an exact version for something and it'll tell you here's the commit of Nix packages associated with that, or here's how you can get that exact version. So that's a bit more advanced, kind of a bit more knowledge required to kind of make that work. There's some tools out there as well that kind of give you easier access to that feature of saying I want an arbitrary version of software, but it's not necessarily built into like the core basic feature set. $45? 45? It's 9:45. I don't remember. It's 45 minutes ago. Yeah. Okay. Question? Oh, okay. So common mistake. Sorry. Nix Run is kind of this like quick access to something, but a mistake is sometimes that the name of so what's going to run when you say, hey, I want to run btop. Basically, what happens, it goes, hey, well, here's a package named btop. It likely has a command called btop, or it's configured with a particular thing to say what the main program is, and it'll run that program. Now, there are some packages that provide not just one binary, but let's say 10 or 50 or who knows what. Nix Run has no way of knowing which one of those you want to run, if one isn't configured, or if you want to run one of the ones that's not the default. So that's like a common mistake with packages that provide multiple binaries, and that's actually, we're going to cover how to kind of work around that next. Okay, next. So now we're back to Nix SCaLE. And here, so what does Nix SCaLE do? Nix SCaLE is kind of, actually at its core, hopefully a very simple thing. It just says, we're going to spawn a subshell with this thing now added to your path. That's it. Right? And now you can now say, like, add something to your shell. I'm going to Nix SCaLE this, Nix SCaLE that, and a few other things. And now you kind of have a shell where you have access to those programs. Again, the simplest possible kind of way of doing so is this thing gets added to your path. And it should continue to use your existing shell, so all your kind of aliases and kind of the things you've customized and enjoy doing on your command line should still be available to you. Go ahead, next one. So here's an example of a package that has all those multiple binaries. You have a bunch of binaries available, right, under this package called core utils, and you want to run a particular one underneath it. Here's kind of an easy way to kind of bypass that limitation of Nix Run and say, hey, I'm going to run this command date out of the core utils package. So this is kind of like a little bit more involved because you have to kind of know this distinction, but it gives you access to all those other binaries available from the package. Check. Oh, yeah, apologies. Looks like dash dash got condensed into one glyph. So it should be dash dash command. Thank you. Good.
Sorry, I may have missed this, but how do you discover this core utils from knowing the command name?
So the question is, how do you discover core utils? So this is another one where we don't have a built-in mechanism for this in Nix itself to tell you here is how to get a particular binary by name. There's other toolings, just for reference. It's called NixIndex and NixLocate. Those things can help you search by, I'm looking for a particular library, I'm searching for a particular binary, and that will search the contents of the packages to give you what the name is for some of these ones where the name doesn't quite match the package's name. Yeah. John again. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're on NixOS, we usually install for you a helper that if you type just the binary you want to run or the command you want to run, it will also help give you some hints. Oh, you might mean this name or that name. But that's if you're on NixOS. There's other ways to access that tool. If you want information about how to do that search, raise your hand and try to get some help with that.
Also, if you have access to the web, search.nixos.org. There's a line where you can search for an issue and it'll help you find it.
Yeah, search.nixos.org. Actually, Rock over here is the one who built that. That will help you also search for binaries if you're trying to find them. Okay, next. Keep going. Yeah, so all this does is it just adds it to your path. Keep going. Yeah, so okay, here's an example of adding 2 different packages kind of in one command. You can kind of keep going and add 15 of them or 10 of them all at once if you wish to kind of say, hey, I want to add all of these things to my path for whatever reason. If you want to then be done with this, you just type exit out of that subshell, go back into whatever your main shell is, and now that gets removed from your shell and you're back up and running to wherever you're doing before. Sorry. Is this the same syntax as the Nix shebang? Yes. If you're interested in the shebang, we're not going to cover that right now, but I will help you if you want because I love that feature. But that's a bit more advanced. Yeah. So once you exit this, it's actually kind of gone. So again, kind of like Nix run, whatever that thing is that you installed might be gone in some amount of time if you've run some sort of garbage collection. So this is not a permanent install onto your machine. It's, I want to quickly add it because I want this tool, but I don't really care about it long term. So this is another kind of ad hoc mechanism. So. So the question is, if I have 2 apps that need to work with each other, should I just use a profile instead? It really depends on what you mean by work together. If you mean it's like, if it's just 2 things that, 2 programs that you want in your path and you're just gonna pipe things from one to the other or just use them simultaneously, this will work, profiles will work, right? They're just in your path. They're just programs that are gonna run. Where you're gonna run into potential problems is if you want, if what you mean by work together means I have a compiler and a library, then this approach will not work. So I would not recommend, unless you know what you're really trying to do, don't try to install like development libraries in this mechanism or use them in this mechanism, because this doesn't activate them in the way that you want for that to work. This is kind of, again, another ad hoc to like just quickly get access to a program, quickly get access to something in your path.
Yeah, I was after the former thing you were saying. I thought it was just like the path was your system plus this one thing, so you have 2 different kind of, like the 2 packages installed from NixShell wouldn't be able to talk to each other.
So for libraries, that's what I mean by this is only adding something to your path. The binaries, your path will allow you access to run them, but for libraries to see each other, there's other like environment variables and there's other setup that's necessary for libraries to work. So the distinction is just going to be like, yes, these things can run at the same time on this machine. You can kind of spawn programs, but it's specifically for development and like compiling and libraries where this is not going to be the recommended way. But we'll cover that in a second. Yeah, so questions up to this point? Sorry. Oh, okay. The question is this the new way to do Nix-Shell? Nix-Shell does something very similar, but it does 2 or 3 other things as well. And over time, that kind of led to issues with confusion. So Nix space shell is kind of this one simple concept pulled out from that kind of legacy command. And the way to think about it is Nix space shell, it just adds it to your path. That's it. And all of that other more advanced things that the other command used to do is now put into another place. So this is kind of like a more limited feature to kind of keep things separated. Thank you for the question. Next.
So each invocation of NixShell makes like if I call NixShell with one program and in that subshell I call NixShell again, they just keep nesting, right?
Yes, so the question is, how does this work if you call this multiple times? Yes, each time you call this as a new command, it will keep nesting you farther and farther into subshells. If you want to avoid that, you can kind of say NixShell A, B, C, and D, and then kind of, you only have one subshell and only one to kind of exit out of. But yes, thank you for the question.
That's a better way of what I was trying to ask.
Okay, got it. Sir?
Is there a way when you're nested in there with NixShell to have NixShell tell you where you are?
Good question. Once you've been nesting down, sometimes it is hard to keep track of, well, how many times did I do this, or how far am I, and where am I? We don't have a command that tells you how many levels deep you are. There's no kind of easy way to say exit out of all of them to the top. One thing that I often do is I just go, I echo path. If my echo path looks ugly, because there's a bunch of stuff in there, I know I got to keep going. You could do things with shell levels. There's other kind of ways that like potentially we can solve this problem, but that is a user interface issue at the moment. Shell integrations can help here. That can do some of this logic for you. I think there's something in ZSH that kind of help you with this. I think people have bash ways to like make this easier, but built in and like here's like the recommended way, well, there isn't a huge one yet. So we're trying to make this user interface better. That would be one thing to make it easier to use. ZSH integration is. Yeah, so there's a few integrations and a few kind of plugins you could use that make that easier.
Who entered today, not without the Nix on their computer, and is already having NixShell, an environment like NixShell with the packages inside?
Run around. Yeah. Who came without knowing anything about Nix and is now at least somewhere along the path of this thing? We're handing out pogs and things. If you want a pog, raise your hand, basically. Okay, try to keep going a little bit farther. Okay. So next command, this is going to get, oh, sorry, before that we have, we're good with questions. So next, Nix build. This is where it's going to start getting a little bit more involved, but I just want to introduce this so that you're aware of like what's going to be happening. So if you call Nix build and the reference to some sort of a package, you run this thing, what ends up happening, you get this result symlink. But let's break it down a little bit. There's a few things that are going to happen, and some of these might have already happened if you've already did something like a Nix run or a Nix shell. But what it does is it goes, hey, let me go find this reference, let me go see what it refers to, and it checks to see if you have it locally. If you have it locally, awesome. If you don't, it's going to try to download it from binary cache. If you can't download it from the binary cache for whatever reason, maybe because there's too many people using the internet, then it actually might try to fall back to, well, let's say it's possible that no one's ever built this ever in the history of the world, and I'm going to try to build this from scratch. And this is kind of, this fallback mechanism is sometimes confusing. It can be kind of a little bit weird. So if you see this something building that you were like, this shouldn't be building, it might just be because you don't have access to the internet or for other reasons. But this is what Nix build does. And then lastly, it says once it's all done, once it's either compiled your software or it downloaded it from a binary cache to make it faster, it gives you a symlink at /result. And that symlink will be a pointer to the location of where that package got put onto your system. And then you have now easy access to it. Once you start having custom packages, clearly no one's ever built it before because you got your own custom code. This is a common way to just, I want to build something, I have access to it, I can run it, I can inspect it, I can do things with it. And this is how you hook into the build manager, the build process piece of the Nix ecosystem. Issues, problems with this? How are people doing? Are we going too slow, too fast? Thoughts? Just yell them out. Okay. That sounds good. keep going. Oh, well, that's Zena. Okay, any questions so far? We're going to kind of now go a little bit less out of the commands and come more into like explanations of a few things. If you have any questions or need help, raise your hand. Yep. Sorry? So the question is, when you run the build command and you get the binary, where does it come from? Very good question. We're going to cover that in the concepts, but basically, there's a cache that's run by the NixOS community, the Nix community, and it's kind of been built for you, and then it gets downloaded and placed there. So it is a helpful binary cache to make things faster for you. But we'll go over some of those concepts in a second.
Thank you, Tom. That was long, huh? He must be thirsty. There we go. Okay, flakes. Those of you who know Nix, the logo, or you have the POG, it looks like a snowflake. Flakes is a code name for, we'll explain why, but it's a code name for this experimental feature, which one of the goals of it was to simplify, make a UX a bit nicer on many areas. That's why we're also using it. The first question, actually a lot of newcomers to Nix ask, should I use flakes? Makes complete sense to ask this question, because it's experimental, but everybody's telling you to use it. It's confusing. We are hopefully going to stabilize it soon enough so that we can mark it as non-experimental. As I told you, Nix is a community. We have different opinions. While we agree on 90% of the features or 95% of the features of flakes, there are still some disagreements how to, for the last 5%. You know, the last 5% is the hardest, as we all know. So it's going to take some time before this gets stabilized, but if you're new to Nix, please use them. I think you'll have a much better experience using them. If you don't want to use them, also fine. There is nothing. Just some instructions might be different, but you can still do all the things that we do with the flakes. You can do them with all commands, just it's a bit more involved, few more steps. So, flakes, as I said, are currently experimental, but they are being developed for so long that they are considered like a stable piece of Nix. By stable, I mean they work well. We are not experimenting in a way that there might be bugs inside. They're quite useful, and I think everybody that uses Nix, majority of them are using it. At least this was told by the survey that we ran each year. Yes, so there is it's already, you open how it's called, Pandora's box. Yes, there are many people that want to do this, and there are many sides of the argument how to do it, but there are discussions. I think we need to drink more when we discuss this, like alcohol, because then we will reach the point of agreement much faster. But yes, I was hoping it's going to be done by today. Actually, by last year, it's not. It's going to happen at one point or the other. There might be a few changes, how it's get implemented, but I don't expect much bigger.
So that is the roadmap for the Nix team to make it non-experimental, and the path towards that is to basically break it down into smaller components and stabilize things step by step until we essentially have all of it. So the beginnings of that's going to be fetch tree and then some of these other aspects, but yes, it is the intention, but it is a large step, a contentious step, and trying to navigate that is, well, not easy. But yes, we're trying.
Okay, next. So just to remind you, what makes flakes turn on is to edit the NixCon file. You need to enable two experimental features which kind of work side by side: Nix command, Nix dash command, and flakes. Okay, Next. So the question, what I just said, experimental, but we still don't know what flakes are. As a user, I would say you will notice flakes as two things. Next. There are two files on your project that you will start, which is flakes.nix and flakes.lock. As any package manager that you're used to, you have, let's take a npm as an example. You will write a package.json, correlates to flake.nix, where you describe your project, and automatically the npm command line will generate the log file for you. Same works in Nix. You don't have to write your log file. It's being generated for you at the first usage, and then being reused. So here, I really hope you see this, but this is the first time you see some Nix code. I don't want to scare you. We will actually go line by line, so by the end of this workshop, you will actually understand what this does. And it's actually not going to be that scary. But I want to explain three concepts in Flakes. What this file tries to do. What you try to accomplish with flake.nix. First one, you defined inputs. In this case, we defined Nix packaging input, and we pointed, as you might see, to some GitHub location. So that's our input. So that's all the collection of packages. The second thing that the thing to explain with Flakes is, the second concept is outputs. So what this flake produces. So in simple form, we take the inputs, we do something with them, and we provide you some outputs. This is like a function, right? And that's actually also what it is. And the third concept, which is maybe a bit, you need to get used to it, as you will use Flakes a lot, and also the command line, is this syntax, starting with this URL, GitHub, : and so this is called flake references, and they're being used all over, also from the command line. This one, I chose it, this style, because it's sort of, I hope without explaining it, it makes sense what it does. It basically says, go to GitHub, to NixOS organization, take Nix packages repository, and go to the branch called NixOS unstable. So there are many other ways to point to a resource online. Either it's just a URL, or it's Mercurial, or it's GitHub, or just Git. So I will not go into all of them, but I think most useful is this one for now. In this example also what we do, what we define as an output here, I'm going to go on this side. So we defined a set of packages. That's the first packages dot, if you see it here. After that comes a system. So you provide an output for a specific system. As I was writing this on my Mac, that's my system for the Mac. And then we provide htop, or basically I should actually write any name. So this will be our output. We assign to this output something from Nix packages. Again, Nix packages is a flake which also provides outputs. Those outputs are a bit different. In this case, we point to legacy packages and the system and the package in that system. So we will go through each line so you understand the language, so please don't be scared. I promise in 10 minutes the Nix language will be clear because it's not that hard. Now to use the output from that, from this flake, we have a syntax that starts with a dot. So when a new command that you learned before was Nix build, but you pointed to Nix packages and built htop or gtop from Nix packages. In this case, I'm saying Nix build dot, pointing to the current directory you're at, hash, and htop. And this htop is the same as this one. It's good to be tall. So now you know how you can define outputs with how you define inputs and outputs in a flake. Why this is important, we will see maybe in 6 slides later, but this is the reason why we do this. We used to do this in files that were named randomly, there was no one file, so you had to search. This was before flakes. We had different mechanisms to lock these files and keep those logs updated. We have different standards what things were exposed. So we say like, hey, let's just call these outputs. We have different ways to provide inputs. So flakes, it's just a standard that does a few things. Most notably, it provides a nice UX for you on the command line. If you want to work with a flake, don't forget dot in the beginning, current repository. Okay? Questions? Sorry? For this to work? No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, just so you know, GitHub. Okay, they unrate limited us on GitHub. Thank you, GitHub. 2 questions here. Can you speak up? Just. Yes. This is a language question, so I will defer it. It will make sense once we hit a few slides later. Yes?
How do you discover the left-hand side commands that are available? How do you know to write the word packages and not ACS?
Yes. So the question was, how do I know that I have to export packages and not just something else? This is basically the decided standard. So packages is the key name. We will also see others. There are dev shells, there are templates we have also. Yeah, there is a schema for this, and there are also extensions to this schema. Nix will still work even if you provide your own. So let's say you mistyped or you type something else, it will not allow you to work with that flake. It will throw warnings at you, that's all. So you can extend it, but yeah. Documentation covers this in detail, like what's the resolution.
Does the hash symbol in the Nix build command imply the packages output?
Thank you. I forgot to mention this, but yes. Question was, the Nix build command, does it imply packages? Yes. Nix build command implies packages. I could actually write the full name after the hash, saying packages dot my arch and the htop, what I export. Nix build defaults to search inside packages for the current arch. So you could also build something cross-platform. So you would build, let's say, some other system which is supported. So not everything can be built cross-platform, but you could do this as well. So there are other commands that default to something else, and we'll see a few slides later. One question? Yes? One more?
How do you discover what attributes are under Nix packages? So right now there's legacy packages. What other attributes are there?
Yes. So there are other commands which we didn't cover, how to discover what's inside flakes. The commands to look into what other flakes output are Nix flake show and Nix flake info is also another. They show very similar, or metadata, sorry. Nix flake show and Nix flake metadata. Those 2 commands will show one will show what the inputs are, and the other one will show what the outputs are. Yes, please? Yes, I was waiting with this to finish the questions, because so the question is, what are legacy packages? Hard one to explain, but here's my best. Nix packages were started before we started working on flakes. We noticed few limitations in Nix packages. So you will notice in Nix packages we have a tree structure of our packages, which is not the most efficient in terms of how we handle. When we started working with flakes, we noticed this and we set ourselves to fix it. So an old, let's say, it's still current way, to be honest, it's still the only way, but in flakes we're calling it already legacy packages. So in legacy packages you have access to the tree of packages, meaning instead of htop on the end, you can say Python packages dot and traverse deeper. While with packages that traversal is not possible, right? That's one of them. So eventually in the future, once flakes get stabilized and few changes happen in Nix packages, we will also see and few design decisions need to be made, but we will switch to packages. For now, the only flake that I know of that uses legacy packages is actually Nix packages. There are a few others, but they are sort of doing it just to be able to work with the old Nix system, with old Nix commands. But that's the only reason, sort of, it's like compatibility reasons. The only really, that only exports legacy packages is Nix packages. This is a bit confusing, but so I think the rule of thumb is only use legacy packages with Nix packages. You will you will avoid most of the bugs this way. Yes? That is to be decided. I don't think it will. I think there is a lot of, maybe it will, maybe portions of it will. That depends. That's yet to be discovered, and I would not weigh on any of this, like one is better than the other. I don't want to go into the mono-repo, multi-repo discussion, at least not while I'm sober. But yeah. So the question was, what would be the notation for in the future? I don't know. That's exactly why we don't have, like, we didn't decide upon anything. But there's going to be something. There are many directions of this. Let's discuss them after, because you know they're a nice challenge to solve, right? Yes, behind. Yeah, there are ways. I would put this towards you. We are talking now, I don't want to confuse a lot of, I want to avoid confusion for a lot of newcomers. I know that there are many ways how you can go around this, but from the perspective of somebody who arrived to this room without Nix on their laptop, and they already know how to run Nix search, Nix shell, and they just solved the Nix run, Nix install, and so on, and they already just saw Nix language for the first time. The rule to give them the rule that use legacy packages only with Nix packages will avoid some problems along the road. Because remember, we're just trying to get you across the cliff so that you get all the benefits. That's one of the suggestions. I saw some hand here? No? No. Okay. Question when you saw this, or ideas that you saw when you saw this syntax was, I have to learn yet another configuration language. Raise the hand if when you saw this happened. Oh, me too. When I first saw it, really, cannot we just use any other number of them? There are reasons why. First, 2003, those were not around. And there are some really nice features of Nix language once you reach some advanced levels. That is why that cliff of learning curve of Nix has that cliff in it. Sadly, that's how it is. But 10 minutes, and I'll teach you enough of Nix that you can be dangerous, that you can break some more stuff. Just to give you confidence to go next. I don't want you to fall off the cliff. Enough so that you will enjoy the pain. Question in the back. Thank you. Yes, the last configuration language to learn. It actually ends up, it really feels like this at the end. So there is some truth in that, but clearly, play with other languages. They're also cool. So let's go next. Let's explore, let's learn to understand what we just saw. And we'll go through some basic things. This looks a lot of like JSON with a bit different, right? Same thing. So next, name and value. We call this concept attribute set, and inside you have keys, and you assign values to keys, right? Nothing new. Like objects in JSON, dictionaries in Python, hashtags, Ruby, you name it. Some other language has some other names, but we call them important when you will read documentation, attribute set. So set that has attributes. Question, please. Again, what's the name? Attribute set. Attribute set is always, it's meant something that you're used to from Python, the dictionary, a collection of key value items, so that you can. Yeah, sometimes of course, sometimes you only use set because we are lazy and because we are programmers, right? Okay, next. So, there are a few differences in the syntax between JSON and Nix, meaning, well, you don't have to quote every string, so the keys don't have to be quoted, but you can quote them. You can have multi-line strings, yay, right? So it's like, just for this reason, use Nix, no JSON. Joke, but it gets really useful. We have integers, we have floats, we have booleans, and of course we have also null. That actually is invalid. I should quote the null here to make it work. But question?
Can you have dynamic or interpreted keys?
Yes, I'll show you 2 slides forward. We also have comments, so if you want JSON with comments, use Nix. Question?
For multi-line strings, does it include the white space prior to each line?
So multi-line strings, how do we handle the prefix of spaces, right? In Nix, it takes the first, so it strips the spaces before and after, and it takes it aligns everything by the first line. So works has, I don't know, 4 spaces there, so it will remove all the 4 spaces from every following line. So you can have nice indentation, not something from the beginning, so it will collapse nicely in your editors. Yeah, exactly. YAML cannot do this. Use Nix. Let's continue. We also have lists. You can have different types of types in the list. And one extra thing in Nix that it's not, that maybe is not in other configuration languages, but it makes very good sense in a package manager, is that how we handle the paths. And so you can reference paths in 3 different ways. You can have them relative paths. You can have absolute paths to point to some file. Most likely you're going to point to another Nix file to import. And then, yeah, you can also the hyphen point to your home. Question? Yes, exactly. That's one of the differences which I have hard time switching from one to another from Nix to other languages. Is we have spaces. You will notice there are no how do you say English? Commas. Yeah. Sorry. Are you scratching your head, or was the question? Oh, okay, scratching. So these are the basic types that we have that you operate. They're a bit they expand on if you compare it to JSON or YAML, but you will see where it gets really useful. Next one. Before I continue, that's all clear, right? Similar to JSON, but not the same.
Sorry, I asked a lot of questions.
Of course. Please, Pog. Good. Thank you for noticing this, because I thought nobody will. So I will answer later, but the top level object in every file does not end with a semicolon, but every other line, as we see, ends. That's the rule. So thank you for noticing. Yeah, that's, you must be one hell of a programmer, I'll say this. You notice this. So yeah, the top level object, at the end, you don't put a semicolon. Every other line, you have to. Please, question?
Expanding on that, every Nix, I think part of that question is every Nix file is a object. It becomes a singular object.
Let's explore this a bit later, when we will work with NixEval and NixRepl. Next one. Yes, so the next thing I want to you will see it a lot of times. We didn't see it in the flakes example, but we're going to rewrite it to make it a bit nicer, and actually to answer a question from before, which was about how you can construct for multiple architectures and stuff. So we have this called rec keyword completely at the beginning before. This turns the attribute set into a recursive attribute set, meaning you can reference other keys in an attribute set. Okay? That's an important one, meaning description, you can reference it to the key also description. This is sometimes confusing, but recursive attribute set. Okay, we're doing good. Thumbs up if this was all clear so far. Lots of thumbs up. I'm doing something good. What I like to use Nix for is to have a really quick templating language. In Nix, to include in a string some other value, you can use it as a template. You see, a template will become what the output of the template key is going to be my first flake rocks. And this also works in a multi-line. Right? It will insert the description there. Will you use this to replace any static site generators? Most likely not, but people did, and there's other tools like static site generators with Nix, because why not? But this is really useful when you are writing bash scripts that need to interact with certain part of the system in the Nix system. We'll see it later where this really comes useful, but just having an ability that you can template in this configuration language is a really powerful feature. Question?
So this means that in a non-recursive object, you cannot do something.
Substitution? You mean the templating. Okay, this is not only for recursive attribute set, although this is the case because I wanted to fit two features in one slide. So you could use this in any other attribute set, But in recursive attribute set, I could just reference the description, but it could be anything else. We will see also other ways how to not do recursive attribute set, like a local variables. I think that comes next. But yes. So you don't have to use recursive in order to use the template. Okay, I see some nodding. Let's move. Yes, so speaking of the local variables, so to put something in the scope of the expression, you use the let-in operator. In between, you have some expressions that you can then reuse in your template. Can you move one more? Yes. So in this case, we use in the description. Oh, it's a bit, we go a bit deeper. You can also have conditionals, so the if-else statement. I think there's questions of. Oh, okay. So in this case, what we're showing is first a string. We are reading something that is defined in the local variable, so it's in the scope, so it's visible at that point. And we are just returning first or not first. And then we're reusing this one as first string. Does somebody notice an error here? Yes? Answer? The order, no, but good guess. That was it. The order does not matter. It's sort of one expression gets. Does not matter if you release NixOS already. Thank you. The attribute set is not recursive, so first a string would not be. This actually, what you see now, will not work. But if I would put rec before the attribute set, it will work. Somebody, I don't want to ask in a negative way. How do I ask this? If I ask somebody does not understand it, I will single you out. But how do I know that I need to repeat it? Do I need to repeat this? But that was threatening, damn it. No way to win. Question there? Yeah, please. Which portion of it? Where you did the? Okay, thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Question was. If you have multiple items inside let-in, they are recursive, so they see each other. They are in the same scope. No. Inside let-in. So if I would have multiple, where I have is underscore first equals true. If I would have more lines there, because you can have, we will see also later, you will need, we will actually see an example of that. Question in the back, and then you. There was somebody on the left side. No? There. Yeah.
So he actually demonstrated a little example of making a function using lat. So I was curious.
I will stop you. You said he was demonstrated using a function. We haven't even reached functions yet. We will. Yes, just for the sake. It's a. Calling yourself stupid is not good, but it's a stupid example that I came up, but it's. Yes, yeah. A context block, local variable, yeah. Question here and then there.
I guess I'm still not, I thought I understood rec, but I still don't, because you need rec in this context so that the description knows that first as string exists.
Yes.
But that implies that you wouldn't be able to use a template in this case anyways, like the last slide.
In the last slide, I had rec, I think.
Yes, you did, but I said in this context that you can't do this.
Because there is no rec. I did this intentionally, a broken example. It's in the notes. But in order to provoke why this will not work, right? So that we go and discover.
So that first as string will not work, it's not a recursive set.
Yes, because?
But you can still use
Yes, yes, yes. You can still use the templating syntax without the recursive set. That is not in the context. Yes? And then it depends on the use case. I think it's a lot of times comes down to your style. Sometimes recursive set can be confusing, and sometimes Latin expression is a bit more verbose. Now, if you don't want that verbosity, you go to the recursive set, attribute set. Question to the left, yeah.
Sorry, do you have a way to iterate on these or to produce the output of the attribute set that's evaluated?
Yes, iteration will cover. Is it right? We're out of time. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll wrap it in 2-3 minutes. Yes? What's the error if this is not this will return an error that the first string is not defined. Yeah. It will still work even if you don't use recursive set. Because there are things that you can shoot yourself easily, like, you know. As I said, style, different people, different opinions. We'll have to run. We are running out of time, but I really would like you to learn Nix. Next thing to learn is functions. I defined here a simple function, 2 arguments. See the semicolons? Argument 1, semicolon, argument 2, semicolon, and then the expression, in this case, we just sum the 2 arguments. And then I do this in a Latin expression so that I can use it outside, right? And I basically sum 1 and 2. I have one more slide and then 15 minutes, okay. So this makes sense, because we'll expand a bit on it. Next one. Yeah, did I say semicolon? Oh, apologies. Semicolon goes to the end. Colons goes in the where you define the function arguments. At the back. So arg1 is argument 1 of a function called sum. Okay, and then you have first argument, second argument, and the expression that gets returned. I see thumbs up. Damn, I'm good. Yes. Okay, let's go next. One thing that we also just like the functions is any other functional programming language, you can do partial application, right? So you can do sum1, and this becomes like add1 function, and I then use it add1 plus 2. The example is the same, returns the same value. Partial application, I think this is just like a cool thing to have. Sometimes confusing, but still cool. Next. In many languages, programming languages, you have named arguments a lot of times. In this case, I changed the function to a named argument. So this is a bit of reusing the attribute set style, because we provided one argument, because you see only one column. But that argument, we expanded it in the form of attribute set, which means when I call at the bottom sum, I have to provide all the arguments. In this case, there is also a syntax to provide a default value. That question mark is if you don't provide it, as I did in this case, the default value of arg2 is going to be number 2. Yes? Question?
Is it a recommended practice to use
Again, depends on the use case. You know, I think in any language you have reasons to do either or both, because after that I could have another argument or another named argument set, right? So depends on the style, depends what you're actually doing, how the API of that function call looks to you. So it's all depends. Experience usually tells you that you did something wrong. So yes. Yeah, so there are ways how to organize the code. I will leave actually up to you after this talk, because there are ways that you can have it in another file. You can then import it, bring it to this file. There are ways how to organize it, you know, play with it. It's a language, break it, curse it, all those things. Yeah, so functions, right? Again, JSON. So Nix, what is Nix? How we like to describe it is just Nix is like a JSON with comments and functions, multi-line strings, a few more things. Next. Yes, so how do we run the Nix code, right? So now we learn a bit of the language, but instead of using packages like we did before, how would I experiment with Nix language? You know, you write some Nix code in a file. How do I run it? There is a subcommand called eval. So you do nix eval and -- expression, and then you put an expression. So if you need to type, quickly check something, 1 + 2, you get 3 out. Yes. If you have a file, you provide -- file, an example, and the output is what was of that file, basically. If you return an attribute string, so on. There is another one. You say, I only want a description out of that file. That's the syntax. So at the end, you provide a description, and it will take that key out of the attribute. Or complain that you didn't return the attribute set, but you returned something else, that you returned an integer. Yeah, that's it. OK. There is another way, a more interactive way. As any nice language, you will have a Nix REPL. We also have it, Nix REPL. In this case, you go into it. You will see there is no description, right? Because it's how. There is a -l, which the -load or -l. You load the example.nix code, and you type, and then the description becomes available because it loaded that attribute set. So this is way how you can sort of have the REPL experience. So you can type 1 + 2, and you will get 3. You play what's there, and then you can also load the files from that you work on, right? So it's like best of both. What do you use? Up to you, your style, your choice, your computer, your time. Next. So yeah, to finish it off, I skipped so many things that it's almost embarrassing. But this is enough that you will understand flake.nix. Other resources, manual. This is a reference manual, so treat it as what are all the built-in functions which we didn't even cover. You will get them there. Next. So that's how it looks when you get there. Next one is, there is a really nice tutorial that will guide you to learn the language in depth. That's the link. And I don't know, it's really long. It will take you at least a few hours to go through quickly. To really learn it, you can come back to it all the time. I did, even after 5 years of using Nix. And there is also a bit behind the scenes in how all these concepts and also other concepts built upon each other. They're called Nix spills. And go back one, no, this one. This is the slide we started with, right? Looking back at this, is there an increase of knowledge of understanding what this does, right? So first of all, one slide got skipped, removed, but okay. We defined some inputs. Outputs, now I can say it because you will understand it. Outputs are a function of inputs that return some attribute set. Again, really slowly. Output is a function, you see the column, that had all the inside as arguments, all the inputs that we define above. Self is referencing to the self, to the current folder, so what's the revision and so on. So output is a function of inputs, and you return an attribute set, of a specific format, so for packages. And then you build it. See? It took longer than 10 minutes because I'm hard with words, but question? Yeah. Okay. Wrapping up. Yeah, that's.
All right. Okay, so we're going to wrap that up. So hopefully, basically, we had a lot of questions. Hopefully answered some of them, and hopefully you have more questions now than you started with, but hopefully they're different questions. So we're going to move on to the next event at this point, and hopefully all of this kind of gives you just kind of like a shock-style introduction to a bunch of things. Hopefully that means as we go on to additional ideas and concepts, you kind of have heard them before, and just be a repetition throughout the day, you'll kind of get more and more of these things. And as always, if you have any questions, ask someone. Very likely someone to your left or right might have done this before. Please start kind of getting interactive. If you have a particular in-depth thing, we can kind of go off to the side and work on these things in between the events. But yeah, so far, thank you so much. And I'll hand it off to Zach here.
All right, huge thanks to Rock and Tom. I know also for the live stream and for the folks in the crowd, we're going to be sharing the decks and all the slides from every talk, every workshop on the GitHub repo. So we'll link that off as well, so don't worry about it. Next up, we have let me just actually say the name correctly, Managing Your Userland with Home Manager. So give a round of applause. We'll get that started. Before a round of applause, got you there. The lunch between 12:30 to 1:30, we're going to We're going to start the next session at 1:30. So just keep that in mind once we end this one. We'll get that started. So now we can do the round of applause.
There might be some before we properly fix it.
Thank you. Hello. You've been sitting down a while. Just a quick posture check. If you're sitting like a goblin, sit up straight. Yeah. All right, so while they get that figured out, we're going to do some more question and answer, and Tom is going to take that away.
Okay, so while we're waiting, I guess we could just ask questions either about content or just anything else. Plans, evening plans, favorite color. Any issues anyone run into? Anyone needs help with anything? Go ahead. Sorry? I'm sorry. Okay, so the question is, can someone do a lightning talk on Nix REPL? Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I can just try to quickly do one if you want while we're waiting.
I don't know if my laptop's up. Okay, so Tom's gonna get his laptop.
Thank you for your patience. And please be careful.
This is going to be interesting when I do this. Check. 1, 2. Boom.
Nice.
Just be careful, don't
So-
get in front of the speakers. This thing's really sensitive right now.
I'm either really hot or really not.
Hello? Is everybody able to hear me well? Yeah? Great, thank you.
Everybody quiet down. We're going to go ahead and get started. We finally got it figured out. Thank you, AV team. Thank you. All right. Take it away.
Excuse me? Okay, I'm good. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the workshop on managing your Userland with Home Manager. My name is Marianne, and I'm excited to show you today how Home Manager will transform your work life. But before we get started with the workshop, let me first introduce myself and give you some information about my background. I'm a software engineer working as an independent contractor. My past experiences mainly include back-end application development, where I use languages like C++, Haskell, and recently Rust. I've been using Nix and NixOS since 2019 after a friend of mine whose name is Jacek introduced me to it, and I've never looked back. Before I knew anything about Nix, I was experiencing the same struggle that most developers these days still seem to experience, which surprises me. Every time I hear it, it surprises me to the new, and that is most prominently that developers still have to fight through an endless list of steps in a README in order to get a basic development environment set up. And thanks to Nix, this pain was entirely eliminated for me, and my life quality improved significantly. And because Nix was so impactful to my life, I also tried to give something back to the community through contributions. Back in the days, I helped to port the NixOS integration test driver from Perl to Python. I've packaged several packages and contributed them to Nix packages. For some of them, I wrote NixOS modules and respective NixOS integration tests. And moreover, I've been fortunate enough to be able to use Nix and NixOS at work, as the most projects I worked on and the companies I worked with were either deciding to switch to Nix or have already been using Nix. And today I'm here as one of the NixAcademy.com trainers. NixAcademy.com provides in-person or online classes on Nix and NixOS, ranging from basic to advanced topics, or even customized classes if you have specific needs. We also help companies reach Nix's full potential as fast as possible. But enough about me. Let's continue with the workshop. So in today's workshop, I will first give you some information about what Home Manager actually is. Afterwards, we will revisit how user environments are typically configured and managed, and what the pain points are with the typical approach. Next, I will explain how the Home Manager workflow looks compared to this typical approach, and how it eliminates a lot of these pain points. Then we're going to take a quick look at how to install Home Manager, and lastly, we will together install Home Manager on an Ubuntu VM and configure a basic home configuration together. All right. Let's get started with clarifying what Home Manager actually is. A pretty formal definition taken out of the Home Manager manual reads as follows. Home Manager allows for declarative configuration of user-specific packages, services, and dot files. It is basically the complementary part to NixOS configurations, which configure system-wide settings. And it was introduced or started 7 years ago by a user called Ricey. And as of today, it offers approximately 3,000 configuration options for about 450 packages or services. We refer to those as modules. And Home Manager can be run on any Linux distribution, Mac OS, and even Windows using the Windows subsystem for Linux. And yeah, to better understand what I mean with declarative configuration of user packages, we should first go back and examine how user environments are usually configured. So after you've installed your distro on a new machine and you start to set it up for your current needs, you're typically first required to install, you're typically required to go through a bunch of imperative steps. So first you have to install the packages that you want to use, and you do that by executing the install command of your distribution's package manager. You provide it with a list of packages you want, and on some occasions, if you're on a distribution that you're usually not used to, you have to account for different package names and potentially different versions being available through that package manager. Once you have the packages installed, in some cases you want to install additional plugins, extensions, or themes for some apps. So you go to the internet and download these resources additionally. After that, you create the configuration files at the specific locations where the packages expect them to be, and then you start adapting the configuration files to your needs or the system types you're running, like if you're on a desktop environment or on a server. And lastly, if you configure a service, you usually have to start it manually first, or if you make changes to your config, you have to restart the service manually. And we can see that this is a lot of manual labor that we have to do in order to set up our user environment, and that is already a very big drawback to me. And but there are other drawbacks I was able to to find with this typical approach, and that brings me to my next slide. So the first other drawback that comes to my mind is that configuration files and their respective packages are not coupled. So I could have a configuration file present on my system without even having the package installed, and vice versa. And that is kind of a lot of unnecessary clutter in my home, like in my dot files. Then configuration files can't be programmatically, or configurations can't be programmatically dependent on each other. So if I want, there's no easy way to express for me that if I have one configuration option set to X, that the other configuration option should be set to Y. And then it gets really painful when we're managing the same environment across multiple machines that potentially run different distributions. It requires us to rerun all the steps that I mentioned on the previous slide for each machine. And then, as I said, different distros potentially have different package names and versions available. So we have to adapt for these differences, and that causes mainly inconsistencies between the package names. And Lastly, if we want to configure different types of system, like a desktop or a server, there's no easy way for us to compose configurations. And lastly, it is very difficult to recover a previous state. Like, let's say you want to try out a new package or a service or play around with your configurations. If you're not happy with the result, you have to go back to the files and undo the changes manually. And Home Manager eliminates a lot of these pain points. And on the next slide, I want to go through some of the features that Home Manager provides us to do so. So first, Home Manager and Nix can be installed and used on any distribution, and even macOS and Windows with the Windows subsystem for Linux. Then the Nix packages package set supports many different platforms, and since it's the same package set for any distribution we're on, we don't run into any package name inconsistency. So every time we use Nix packages, we use the same package names or the same packages. Then second, as you heard earlier in the talk from Rock, with Flakes, Nix locks the actual Nix packages revision that we are using in our Home Manager configuration, and that way we eliminate any version inconsistencies when we basically apply our config to different machines. And since Home Manager configurations are written in Nix, we can use the full power of the expressiveness of Nix. Like, we can express dependencies between configurations, what I mentioned earlier, which is not trivially possible with the typical way. And fourth, the configuration of a package is tied to its installation state. So if we install or uninstall a package, Home Manager will make sure that the configuration files are added or removed accordingly. And lastly, Home Manager keeps track of your configuration deltas. They're called generations, and that allows you to easily roll back and recover a previous state by running a single command. And now let's take a look at what a workflow with what the workflow looks like when you configure your home environment with Home Manager. There's two steps required. You first edit your Home Manager configuration files, and once you like it, you run Home Manager switch, and Home Manager will evaluate your Home Manager configuration, download all the resources that it requires to realize that config, and then just activate it, and you will be dropped in an environment with any changes you made right away. And yeah, that's it. That's all that you need to do. And that's, by the way, also what the declarative in the definition means that I gave you on the first slide. And in order to use this workflow, we first have to install Home Manager, obviously. And there are two different starting points from which we can get started to install Home Manager. The first situation is we don't have an existing home configuration. Then we would run the first command, nix run Home Manager init switch, which basically creates a first initial home configuration, and then evaluates it, fetches all the resources for that, and activates it in our current environment. And the second starting point is we could have an existing home configuration that we maintain upstream in a GitHub repository, for example, and then we could just run nix Home Manager switch and refer to where this home configuration is located at, and it would fetch our config, evaluate it, again fetch all the resources, and activate that environment. And yeah. And now let's take a look at what such a home Manager configuration actually looks like. And If you've been in the previous talk, you might recognize a few things. So what a home manager configuration is basically a description of, it's a function where you have to describe what it has to do with packages, lib, config, and any other arguments to that function. And then you basically list a bunch of options given these arguments. We will go into a little bit more detail in the tutorial on how you would actually use it and how it works. But yeah, this is just a basic example. In the first line, you would see how we would install ripgrep without any other configurations. After that, we can use the home.file option to tell Home Manager to create a file located in our home directory located under config git ignore, and we say that the file should have the text result and ds store. By the way, we configure the global git ignore with this, and yeah, we tell it basically to ignore the result and the ds store names. And further down below, you can see what it would look like when we actually couple the installation state and the configuration of a package. So we can say Git should be enabled, and we can along the way configure our user identity, set the username and the user email, and what Home Manager would do, it would install Git and create a configuration file given these like the options that we configured, and symlink that in our dot files accordingly. And lastly, we can see an example of what the programmatic dependency could look like. So we say it only makes sense to install lazy Git if we actually have Git installed somewhere. And we do that by referring to this config argument, which is basically the configuration that is going to be produced by this configuration. So it's kind of a way to achieve reflection or introspection, yeah. And another thing I mentioned is that it gets very easy to do rollbacks using Home Manager. So if we don't like our changes, we can very easily switch back to one. We run Home Manager generations, and it gives us all the generations that we had enabled at some point on our system. So if we want to get back to the state at 11:55, we would copy the Nix store path, append activate to refer to the activation script of that generation, and then Home Manager would add another generation which basically is the one that with ID 6 in this case here now. And before we go to the tutorial, there's one more thing I want to mention, and that is that Nix can be installed in two different ways. There is the standalone installation, which does not require any root permissions, and it is a per user installation, and that is the one that is basically compatible with any distribution out there, Mac OS and Windows. And the alternative is to add your home configuration to your existing NixOS configuration together with Home Manager's module, Home Manager's NixOS module. And down here you can see an example of what that would look like. So in your NixOS configuration, you would import the Home Manager NixOS module, and then through the option Home Managers.users and then your user, you would define your home configuration. And in the tutorial that we're going to do now, we're going to install Home Manager on an Ubuntu VM from scratch using Flakes, and we'll create a sample configuration together. And the final configuration that we're going to build, you'll be able to find that on GitHub. or by, yeah, feel free to scan the code. So you're not required to take any notes while we do this. You can just follow me, what I'm doing here in the front, or if you want to, you can also follow me step by step on your own device, but I decided to not make it very interactive today, so I won't have a chance to walk around and help you if you run into any issues. You shouldn't run into any issues, like everything should work if you just follow me, but just in case there's something, yeah, you can ask me afterwards, and I can help you, or any other experienced Nix user here would be probably also very happy to help you. Yes, please.
This is something we ran into earlier, and I'm running into again. I'm being rate limited, trying to download it.
You've been rate limited, okay. The solution that I saw on Matrix is to connect to a VPN or a remote SSH, like a remote machine through SSH. Otherwise, as I said, I've got a VM here. I'm connected to the internet too. I hope that it will work reasonably fast. Okay, so let me switch over to the VM that I prepared. Right, and while we're doing the tutorial, I will also show you like where you can find all the home manager configuration options. There are many different ways, but yeah, let me first prove to you that we don't have home manager installed. The only thing that I did to this machine is I installed Nix, and I enabled the two features that Tom and Rock were mentioning earlier. I enabled the Nix command and the flakes. Let me show you that real quick. Yeah. So in order to install Home Manager, let's go back to the slides and copy and paste the install command. Oh. Okay, seems like, that's unfortunate. Is anyone around here who is able to help me work around this? Excuse me? That would be great. Can you come up and... Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I hope that there would be a dedicated Wi-Fi for speakers here. Yeah.
The thing is that I suspect they'll go through the same network, not the same mission.
So, it'll be iPhone R16. I think it's this RC hotspot.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks a lot. Okay, let's see. No? Okay. I'm also not familiar with GNOME, and I usually use Xmonad and VPA.
This doesn't have service, I'm sorry.
It doesn't have service, okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, that's really, really bad. Is someone of the organizers present here? No? Excuse me? Okay.
Unless GitHub changes it or you've got VPN, there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay. Just brute force.
You can use my hotspot if you want.
I can use yours. Thank you.
You saw the password.
Oh, it's. I wasn't aware that it was asking me for the password.
Oh, okay.
I thought it just asked me for my user password. Okay, let's try that. That seems to work. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Let's just hope that it's fast enough. Otherwise, we're just going to spend a lot of. Yeah, that's not very ideal, but it's better than nothing. I guess we have a lot of. Yeah. Excuse me?
There's a server I have running. I could create a user on that that has a shared 1 gig copy.
Can I connect to it through Word Manager to it? Can I connect through Word Manager to it, or like I mean the problem is that I don't have an Ethernet, but it's not the Wi-Fi connection. The problem is that we're rate limited here with the network.
Yeah. Okay. Because there was talks about this being a dedicated link. So actually, it has already downloaded this link, right? So maybe if you connect back to Wi-Fi, I don't know if it's going to be
It didn't down. Yeah, but I mean, will it change? Is it a different network? I can try it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, that seems to be a little bit faster. All right, so what happened now is that this script will download Home Manager. It will initialize a flake. Oop. Okay. We're rate limited again. Yeah. Did any of the organizers by any chance respond? Did any of the organizers respond? Not yet, no.
Okay, well, you probably want to stop sharing. You've got a just like a regular personal access token in your environment. If not, I'll have to use to get it from.
Where is the? I'm looking for the charging cable. So how would I?
Yep. And then, so do you have a GitHub token in your environment already?
No, I don't.
Okay, cool. So go to GitHub and then go to login and look for
I will just turn this off for a second. I'm sorry if. Can I just? Okay, we're back on. Can I ask you for your attention again? Thank you. All right, as I was mentioning earlier, so that command will download Home Manager. It will create an initial configuration and the flag, as you can see up here. and a log file, and then it will start evaluating our home configuration, fetch all the dependencies, and yeah, realize or activate that the configuration that that is provided by the default config. So if we run Home Manager now, we can see it's installed, and it also tells us that it created the configuration files under config, home manager, home.nix. So let's get over there and see and examine the files that it generated in a little bit more detail. Okay, let us first take a look at the flake.nix. Rock and Tom already talked about this, but I would just a real quick go over what flakes are again. So flakes are basically an attribute set that expect a specific schema. Most importantly, the inputs and the outputs. The inputs describe what dependencies our flake has. In this case, we say our flake depends on Nix packages, and specifically the NixOS unstable revision, and it depends on Home Manager, and then we tell, we basically define that the Home Manager's Nix packages input should follow our flake's Nix packages. Let me see whether I can change the color scheme here. Did it change anything? No. Okay. I think that's a little bit easier to read, right? And then we have the outputs attribute, which is basically a function that takes these inputs, and then we describe how to transform these inputs to our flake's outputs. So what we do here first is we obtain a Nix packages set for our system. In this case, it's an x86 64 Linux. If you're on a Darwin or an AArch machine, you would need to change this system string to either AArch 64 Darwin if you're on an M1 Mac, or an AArch 64 Linux if you're like on an ARM machine with running Linux. And then we define the outputs to export home configurations, and specifically the OS box's home configuration. So you could potentially have several home configurations in one flake, or exported by one flake. And the way you get a home manager configuration is by calling the home manager library called home manager configuration, and then you pass in the package set that you want to use and the modules, which is then the actual home config. So let us go and see what the home config looks like. And as I said earlier, it looks exactly the same as what a NixOS configuration looks like. And it's basically, again, a function that takes some inputs, and the output contains our final configuration. And Home Manager, or the init command, will create some details for us. Excuse me, can someone close the door? It gets really noisy for me and it kind of distracts me a little bit. Thank you. Yeah. So Home Manager, like the running the init will create some defaults for us. So Home Manager, I'll just briefly explain what they are, but the comments are pretty self-explanatory, and I'll delete the comments along the way because it creates a lot of unnecessary clutter. So when we start configuring things, you can focus on the actual stuff that we're configuring. Yeah, so we got to tell Home Manager what our username is, and we have to tell it where our home directory is located. Then the state version, we use the state version to tell home manager basically with what our version our configuration is compatible with. Down here, we can provide a list of packages that we want to install. I'll delete the comments real quick. And then there's a home.file option where we can define files that we want to have in our home directory. We'll see what we can do with each of those in a little bit. We'll go, we'll configure it step by step together with some examples, right? And some session variables we can define. And lastly, we tell home manager that it should manage itself, basically. Okay, so let us first just install a simple, like just one package without any configurations. To do so, we would add, for example, ripgrep to this list, and we refer to it by writing packages.packagename. Tom and Rock already showed you some ways you could write nix search and then search for packages. What I like to do, which is a little bit more visual, there's this thing called nix packages search. So we can search the unstable channel, and I don't know, in this case I want ripgrep, right? Surprise, there's a package called ripgrep in nix packages. So let me just add ripgrep here to this list. And just to prove you, we don't have RG installed yet. And if we run home manager switch, it will again evaluate our configuration, download all the dependencies it needs, activate the config, and we will be able to run ripgrep, for example, package. I'm sorry, still a little bit jet-lagged. Right, so this is how you would just simply install a package, but we can obviously do a little bit more complicated stuff. So let us now start with building the config, and ideally we're going to maintain it in a Git repository. So the first thing we're going to need, obviously, is Git. And one thing that annoys me a lot when I freshly install Git on a new system, like every time you run the Git command for the first time, it asks you to set the username and an email address. And you usually have to run these commands manually to do so, but we're now going to build it once, and then once we have our home configuration, as I said earlier, we can just, when we're on a new machine, run home manager switch, and everything will be set up. So we have to go once through setting up our home config, and then we're done forever. Like no more imperative runs of git config or anything else. Okay, so in order to add Git or any package to home manager together with a configuration, we can explore the available, basically the modules that are provided by home manager, and we can do so by running home, the manual for home configuration if we don't have any internet access for some reason. And then we can just search for git.enable, for example, and we can see, there's a Git home manager module. And to activate Git, we would need to set this value to true. The default is false. This is the default for almost any package in any module. And if we search further, we can see that there are two options, one for user email and username. So we can go back to our home configuration, And then we would write programs.git equals and we would set the username and the user email to and just as a proof, in the other tab we don't have Git installed yet. We would run home manager switch. And in this case, it would download Git and create our config based on the configuration options that we gave it here, and symlink that config at the specific location. So if we go to our xdg config directory and run lslisa, we can see that we have a symlink called config, which points to the Nix store. And if we examine this file in a little bit more detail, we can see that it contains our provided configuration. Okay. So another thing I was mentioning earlier is that we can make options dependent on each other. So in one of the examples, I showed you how to install LazyGit only if Git is enabled. So again, in order to see whether, like, this is very fictional, right? Like whether LazyGit is available as a home manager module, we again would look up either the manual. The other way to do that is through this third-party home manager options search tool online, which has like a really nice UI. So we would go here, type LazyGit, and we can see someone wrote a home manager module for LazyGit, and there's 3 options available. We are going to use enable. So we're going to say program.lazygit.enable, and then through this configuration variable, we're able to refer to our to the config that is going to be realized by home manager. So we have this kind of introspection. So because it doesn't make sense to install LazyGit if we don't have Git installed, we would write something like config.lazygit config.programs.git.enable, and that would only then install LazyGit if somewhere in our home configuration Git would be enabled. Now this is very trivial because obviously Git is in the same file as we have it now, but you could potentially split up your home configuration into multiple different files, and that makes it much more composable. So later when you have like a top level home manager configuration for a server and for your desktop machine, you could like basically import different files which contain configurations for your desktop or for your server, right? You would install, you could install Git somewhere where you have a headless machine, but it wouldn't make sense to install a document viewer if you're on a headless machine. So if we run home manager switch, it will again download LazyGit, and we can run LazyGit, and it will ask us, okay, we're going to create a new repository with a main branch. Okay. That was a mistake because I opened up LazyGit in a too big okay. I don't know why it Okay, it's for whatever reason, a lazy git is doing some weird stuff and showing me not the current directory, but whatever. So we're going to stage our flake. Okay, I did something stupid where I discarded all the changes, so the configuration is gone. It was stupid. Okay, let me run home manager init. Oh, it's just init. Okay. Okay, so let me recover the state real quick. I'll go to or actually, let me. We still have git installed, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that. And I apparently deleted the whole config directory. That's very bad. Oh man. Yeah, it was. Okay, maybe the easiest way would actually be. I'm really sorry about that. I will just kill this machine and go and reinstall it. Just one moment, I'll need my token again. So I basically reset my VM, and I'm going to real quick rerun the installation script. Okay. Okay. I will just leave Git on here, and we will just continue with what I intentionally planned to do. Oh. Yeah, the error, I obviously used the wrong option, which was email and not user email. So Nix will, like Home Manager will also help you a little bit if you make mistakes with your configuration. So anyways, the example with Git was an example where you benefit from this coupling of the installation state of a package and its configuration. But it's not only like trivial packages like Git that you can install. You could also, for example, install VS Codium. I personally use NeoVim, but there's a lot of people who use VS Code, and what they usually have to do once they installed VS Code, they have to go to the extensions tab and then look for all their extensions and then manually install them. And you can do all of that declaratively in your home configuration too. And to do so, we can go to our options search, search for whether there's something called VS Code in there, and there it is. We can enable it through the by setting the enable option to true. Then what I personally like is to use VS Codium, and what you can do with almost any home manager module is you can override the package. So if you want a different version, or I don't know, wrap an existing program that has other functionality, you can kind of override it and throw it into and tell Home Manager to use that specific package version. So in this case, you could say, hey, I don't want to use VS Code, I want to use VS Codium. So let's install VS Code real quick. And yeah. And that will download VS Codium. And while that downloads, in the meantime, let us see how we can add extensions to this. So there's extensions options, and we provide a list of VS Code extensions. So there's some extensions which are already packaged in Nix, and you can find them under the attribute VS Code extensions. If one extension that you want to use is under any circumstances not available through the Nix package set, there are libraries, and everything is explained in the NixOS wiki, how you could add a library that is not packaged with Nix yet. But yeah, let's go over to Nix packages search and just type VS Code -extensions, and by now, like for now, there's approximately 290 extensions in here. So what I usually like is VS Code Vim, and by the way you would identify, or the way these extensions are structured, they're like you can refer to them by the publisher.package name. So you would write VS Code extensions.publisher.extension name. So I like to add VS Code Vim, a material theme, and a material icon theme. So, right. And in the meantime, by the way, Codium was installed. So without me having to reload my environment, Codium is available just like this. And now let us go and add some extensions. So we can add and I like the and lastly, we're going to install an extension called Nix IDE, so we have some syntax highlighting when we inspect our Nix files. Thank you. But it will probably and I've got another typo. Yeah. And again, Home Manager will also download the extensions, put them in the right places, and when we run Codium now and go to the Extensions tab, we will see, oh, it has all the extensions that we defined here installed. So now, let us actually activate or create some settings. Want a material icon theme and one pro darker. And that would, what I did here would update our settings.json. So the reason why I'm showing you this, that this is not very optimal. So we would still have this, this settings.json would not be managed through Home Manager yet. So we have to fix that. We would want to add that file to our repository, so we can also have it upstream. And we want Home Manager to take care to put this file at the respective location. So what we're going to do now is we're going to copy this file to our Git repository, or move it, and in our home configuration, there's this home.file option where we can again define where Home Manager should put specific files. So our file was originally at config vs codium user/settings. And then we would provide the source. And since we moved this file to our current directory, we can refer to it by setting the relative path to that file. And I think we can see that the settings got unloaded, and if we run Home Manager switch, it will symlink the file accordingly, and VS Code should pick up the settings again, and yeah, we can see the theme changed again. All right. So I mentioned earlier that it's very easy to recover previous states with Home Manager. So we could, for example, run Home Manager generations, and we know, like 10 minutes ago, we didn't have VS Code, or you could just track in your mind what kind of things you added to your config, and then pick the respective generation that you want to recover to. So let's say this early generation, that one didn't have VS Code yet. And if we append activate, oops. To it and run it, then and run Codium again, it's not there. And since this activation here actually created a new generation in our generations, if we run Home Manager generations, so there's two ways to recover the state with VS Codium again, which is basically running Home Manager switch again, which would evaluate the current configuration, or we pick the one with ID 5, since this one up here refers to our current generation. And if we run activate, Codium is there again, together with its configuration files. And let us now imagine that for whatever reason our laptop burns down and we have to reinstall our distribution and we want to set up our home environment again. I mentioned earlier, if you maintain your home configuration online or it could be also on a USB stick or whatever, you can, with one command, you can install Home Manager and activate your old config. So let's shut off this machine and reset it to the snapshot, and I'm going to go to the VM. And neither Home Manager nor Codium are installed, but if we paste this command, it will fetch our config from the Git repository, evaluate it, download all the dependencies, and in a few seconds we will have our old user environment available to us.
Did you say these slides are posted somewhere?
We will make these slides available publicly. I'm not sure yet how I will notify you, but I'll probably add a link to this GitHub repository if you have it somewhere saved, or yeah. I'll talk to Ron and see how they are going to do that with their slides, and then they'll probably be available at the same place. Yeah, and so let's wait a second. I just want to prove you that it actually, like, we will have Codium with our themes configured and everything available, and yeah. You'll hopefully be convinced that this is a really nice setup to have, especially if you, manage multiple machines or your computer breaks often. Yeah. Or even if you're on a colleague's machine, like there's a way where your colleague could just refer to your online config and import it as part of his config, and then you would have your editor. If you have like a specific NeoVim configuration, you could just plug and play that together. So if we run Codium now, yeah, just run Codium, it just works. And also the themes are applied and the icons and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's basically it. I just wanted to give you another list of useful resources. So there's the Home Manager manual available under nixcommunity.github.io Home Manager. Using man home configuration, you can find all the configuration options locally on your machine. Using the Home Manager options extra Nix search, you can have them in a really nice UI. And what I lastly would recommend you is to check out the NixOS wiki, which has a list of various configurations from other users, so you can draw a lot of inspiration from just reading other people's configs and copy pasting what you like, and it should just work on your own config. And yeah, that was the tutorial. I'm sorry that it was a little bit chaotic. Every time there's some live presentation of anything that's kind of error prone. Yeah, feel free to follow us online. We frequently post blog articles about Nix and NixOS on nixacademy.com, and thank you for your patience.
I did have a specific home manager question.
Yes, please.
I'm curious, and maybe you mentioned it, I'm sorry if I missed it, but how Home Manager handles privileges with, I know when I've installed VS Code or Podium in the past on NixOS, for example, editing like a root user document or something, there's like some fidgeting I had to do to get that working. How does that work in Home Manager?
So with Home Manager, you would just configure your own user. You wouldn't configure the root user. But if you manage it through a NixOS configuration, you obviously, I mentioned it earlier in the slides, you need root privileges to rebuild your own system, because now your Home Manager configuration is part of your system configuration. You would need root rights to do a NixOS rebuild switch. If that was your question, I'm not sure. But usually you don't have to adjust any permissions when you use Home Manager. You can just have it just installed for a user. You just saw that it didn't change any, like my user doesn't have any special rights. It's just I run this install script, and then I run Home Manager to realize and activate the configuration, and that's it.
Does the user need to be part of like wheel group and sudo and all that?
If it's for NixOS configurations, I think so. You should add it to wheel and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was saying part of the point of Home Manager is that you don't need to go to the configuration.nix as often to make changes because you're making it for your user Home Manager.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Let's go to lunch. Let's eat food.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I was following along with this tutorial, but I couldn't get the extension to work. I don't know what is wrong. I've never seen this width like before, so.
Okay, so wait, let me first turn off this.
see.
5 more minutes? Okay.
All right, let's get things started. Hopefully you got something to eat, got to move around a little bit, and hopefully you're not too sleepy, because this is going to be cool. Dan's a cool guy. The next workshop is about the module system, so it's going to walk you through that. I just wanted to mention, all of our speakers get these cool little Nix bricks, and these are, I'm going to point out Ross again. Ross makes these, in addition to a bunch of other little knickknacks that you get at NixCon.
Handmade in the Ross factory.
Yeah, handmade in the Ross factory with a CNC machine. Yeah, it's super cool. Each of the speakers gets one of these with their name and the NixCon NA 2024 on it, stuff like that. But yeah, it's super cool. So be ready for next year. You'll have more knickknacks. Get ready, Ross. Yeah, submit your talk for next year. Cool. Anything else before we get started?
No, I think I'm just going to go upstage and start talking to the slides.
Oh yeah, just your hourly reminder that we're doing karaoke tonight, so be prepared. Yeah, cool. With that, I'll let Dan take it away.
Thank you.
Cool.
Actually, you want to leave the microphone? Hi, everyone. You can all hear me okay? Perfect. So we're going to talk about NixOS modules. A little bit louder? Can I bring this up? Hello? Uh-oh. We're not going to do like TikTok style, are we? That was a mistake. Let's see. Maybe I can bring it down here so I can hear me better. How's that? I think that's a little louder. Yeah, so I'm Dan Baker. My handle is Jaku or DJACU, pretty much everywhere online. I help out with the marketing team. I'm a big user of Nix for the past couple of years. And if you're local and interested, me and a couple of our buddies, we run the SCaLE Nix users group, which you can find at that link over there. We have about 20 or so people joining, and last meetup we had 16 people show up. We have our next meetup next month, so if you're interested and want to come on by, catch us on Matrix. All the information is on the website there. So I want to give a shout out to a couple people. These guys really helped out when I was preparing these slides. This entire workshop is a bunch of lessons that are hosted on a website and in a GitHub repo where you can go and pull them, or you can follow the lessons online. Each one of these individuals contributed with feedback, helping with dry runs, helping with advice, answering my questions about the module system. So, big props to them. And so there's a couple of ways to find this. This is the actual URL for the website. It's got a hiragana TLD. Not everyone has the capabilities to type that in the keyboard, so you can go to my profile here, and if you go to this link, it's just on my README. It might be a little hard to read right here, but if you go to my GitHub, there's a link in my README profile, which will take you to the website. This is really hard to, is it really hard to read out there? Yeah. Oh wait, you know what? We can make that better. Watch this. Ah! Technology. Zoom in. All right. There we go. Here we go. It is DJACU. Yeah. My buddy David has also set up this domain for the next year. You can go to nixmodules.dev. That'll redirect back to my website. Yeah, and if you go to the website, you can also just click on, I guess, probably any one of these links, and it'll take you back to the repository. And you can check out that lesson and the source code for it. But we're not gonna look at this. I'm gonna kind of follow this, the kind of basic layout that's written here for this, but I'm just gonna do it all in the terminal, so we can actually look at the Nix code, run the Nix code, and you don't have to just watch me read my website. But if you want to follow along, it's on there. You can pull down well, if you can get to GitHub, you can pull down the repository. And yeah, I think we are good to get started. Let's see, there it is. Can we type? I should have picked a different terminal color. Oh, goodness. Is that really hard to read? I think if they turn off the lights, it kills the video stream. Oh, they did? Thank you. Yeah, so let's start. I'm just going to CD into the repo that I have locally, and so like, what are modules? Well, what are, if you haven't seen them before, if you haven't heard about them before, what are they used for? They are a really useful tool. They're what makes NixOS happen. So when you want to configure a package, when you want to build a package, when you want to configure part of your system, how would you do that with Nix? And the answer is there's a whole system, a whole module system that Nix uses to do that configuration. What you're able to do is create kind of a schema of options and then expose that to your users, and they can configure those options however they like, and it builds essentially whatever you want. You can build just simple text files, you can build packages, you can build an operating system with this. And so we're going to talk about how you construct these modules for yourself so you understand how they work and how to use them. So what is a basic module? Well, at its core, it is a function that takes an attribute set and it returns an attribute set. Hopefully by now, since if you guys were here at the first workshop, you're kind of maybe familiar with some of these terms now. So let's take a look at, there's one file in the first tutorial, a basic module called useless.nix. And there you go. That's a fantastic module. It's valid. It takes no arguments and it returns an empty attribute set. And as the name implies, it is useless. So let's skip past that. But this is the core structure. We're going to build upon this. So let's look at, I have a file in here called options.nix. There you go. So there's a couple pieces in here. You can see at the top level of the returning attribute set, there's something called options. This is the key name that is used where you declare all of your options. So if you wanted to have something like, something called name, you can see right here, I have something called name. We use a function called mkOption. This is the most kind of generic tool within the module system for creating options. And you can pass it in another attribute set with different attributes. The most important one is type. So this is going to set the type that is going to be type checked by the module system to make sure that whatever you define it in a value for this later is valid. So you can see I've set type. I've called from lib.types the str type, which is a string type, a very simple string type. And there you go. That is a simple option. Use mkOption, you set a type, and give it some attribute name. One other very important thing to point out is the function argument. So now we're not taking nothing, we're taking lib. So lib is one of a few arguments that are automatically provided by the module system. We'll look at some of the other ones that are provided later and show you kind of how this all evaluates for you. But you can just assume that you get the standard library from Nix packages. So that's why I'm able to say lib.mkOption, lib.types.string. Those are automatically given to you. The other important thing is these ellipses. So I don't recall if they were covered in the first talk, but this kind of specifies that we're allowed any kind of extra arbitrary arguments. If you don't put this in here, your module's not going to do very well. So in all of your modules that you define, make sure to include the ellipses. Because some might take lib, some might take some of the other arguments that we're going to look at later, but they have to be able to take all of them that the module system is going to provide. So that's why we set the ellipses. Okay, so we have one defined. It's called name. Let's take a look at what the configuration looks like. So there's a config.nix in here as well. And so we do the same thing. We have our ellipses. We don't need lib this time. We're just going to define the value for it. And so we're going to use it. The way we're going to do that is with this other top-level attribute called config. And that's all you have to do. You say config. It has another attribute set. I'm going to set name here, and it's going to be Bodie McBoatface for today. And that's the configuration. That's all we have to do for the option that we've declared. One thing I do want to point out, I've been using these words declarations and definitions. So options here on the right, its formal name is option declarations. And the one for config on the left is option definitions. These are just legacy names, but I just want you to know that I will sometimes use option declaration or option definitions, and they refer to options and config more colloquially. And you'll see that a lot in the documentation on the NixOS website as well. So, okay, so we've got a declaration, we've got options, we said it's a string type, we've configured it. So how do we get something out of this? How do we actually like see that, you know, this is all neat, but this is still in Nix. I want something on my terminal. I want something I can touch. So the way we do that, let's just get rid of these and go back to, there's another file called eval.nix that I've set up. So this is not a module. This is just a regular Nix file. It's going to take packages because I need access to this function from the standard library called eval modules. And the way that this works is that we give it an attribute called modules, and modules takes a list of paths to all of the modules we've declared. And that's it. That's how you do your evaluations. It will handle passing in all those automatically supplied arguments like lib to your modules for you. And it returns back an attribute set. There's a lot of information in there. For the sake of this, I'm going to look at the configuration output, the thing that we want to see that like we've declared our option, we've configured it, we want to see that it looks right. So I'm just going to look at the configuration output. And for the sake of myself and all of you, I've included run scripts in all these lessons, which just, you know, runs nix eval on the file, automatically provides, like, imports Nix packages and applies it and gives it to the eval.nix file and just formats it nicely in a JSON output so we can look at it. So let's run it. Okay, Bodie McBoatface, exactly what we wanted. So this was kind of trivial though. This is a little simple, a little too simple. You know, we have an input. It's the same as our output. And we've declared it and defined it in the same space. We don't have any kind of interdependencies between different options. So let's look at that. Let's look at what we need to do kind of in the next steps. Let's look at something a little bit more useful. So if we go back out and then we go to the next lesson, which should be called option dependencies. Yeah. Well, let's look at actually setting up several options. Some we're going to use as inputs that we're going to configure, and then we're going to use the last one to actually use the values that we define for all those options to create like a little message for us. So most of these lessons will have like an options, a config, an eval, and a run script. So in our options.nix, let's take a look up here. Okay, so we have some more arguments. We're going to talk about config in a sec, but we still have lib and we still have our ellipses. So we have a few more, you can see we have a few more options now. We have a name, we have a title, we have an origin, and we have a greeting. We're going to use the first three to configure something, to configure what we want our greeting to say. And in this file, we're configuring the value for greeting right away. We want this kind of part of like the module that we give to a user. So how does this work? Well, you can see there's this CFG right here. So let's go back up and look at where CFG is coming from. It's coming from this line, which ultimately comes from config. So config is another one of those arguments that is automatically provided by the module system. It is kind of the lazy ultimate value of the configuration values that you set. So in another file, we'll configure like name, title, and origin, and config will be aware of what those values are. We can then take them and then use them down in greeting. This all just kind of happens, you know, this is the kind of like nice, lazy nature of Nix. We don't have to have these immediately available in this file. They can be in another file, and we can use them here. Just as a note, this config is not the same as this config. This is the configuration that I'm setting up right now for these particular option definitions. The config at the top, that's part of the module function argument, is the final evaluation of all your configurations. And this is why you'll see this a lot if you look into anything that's created within the Nix module system, that are like, if you look into any of the options that are on the search.nixOS website, you usually see this like config equals config dot something. And for us, like we're just looking at the top level, so I'm just gonna say CFG equals config. It kind of helps mentally separate the idea between like final configuration versus like configuration I'm setting right here. But yeah, so I'm gonna say greeting is hello. My name is the configuration value for name. I am a configuration value for title, and I am from configuration value for origin. And let's look at the config. Yeah, so here I just have to set up, it's similar to what we did before. I'm just gonna, except now I have a config for name, title, and origin, along with these options. And I'm gonna use this, what we did similarly with the eval.nix to combine them together and say evaluate both of these files together. Yeah. Actually, this is the eval greeting. There's actually two evals in here. This one is eval. And we'll see real quick. So let's just exit out of this and run .shell. Okay. So this is neat. So you can actually see, like, we have the configuration at the bottom. We have the configuration values for our name, origin, title, kind of like we just declared in the config.nix file. But look at greeting. Greeting is actually, injecting those configuration values for name, title, and origin into our greeting string. It is a little bit kind of hard to read because it's, spit out from JSON. We're using JQ to try to format it as best we can. I have included, if we just look at there's another eval.nix. There's eval greeting.nix. I only want the greeting output. These are attribute sets, so you can just say, just give me .greeting. There's another run script to go along with this. There's a run greeting, just points to the run eval greeting that file instead of the regular eval file. But if you just look at that instead, yeah, there you go. That's a nice pretty value. It says, hello, my name is Bodie McBoatface. I'm an autonomous underwater vehicle, and I'm from England. These are all very true statements. And yeah, so now instead of just like using the configuration value or the configuration declaration and just setting the value for the same, same input as same outputs, now we've used 3 inputs to define what one output should be like. Let me just give a quick pause. Any questions so far?
Which instance of the Nix package
Can you say that? Which instance of Nix packages? Which instance of Nix packages does the library that I'm using come by from default? So I'm using flakes for this whole website. So it's whatever's pinned in my flake lock file. Yeah.
I didn't quite understand. Is there a reason why it all has to be called like config equal config? Like in hindsight, would we have named one of the attributes differently to avoid that?
You mean like these ones up here? Line 2.
Line 2 and the fact that, yeah, it's called config provided in, and you also have to define another one called config.
No, you can omit this. You could delete that. Let's see. Actually, let's do this. You can just delete this. And here I'm just going to change these to config and config and config. That's valid. That'll work. I use it mentally so I know which ones are which. So when I'm looking at them, it's like that is my final evaluation. And also you usually see it like I said, when you look in any kind of like NixOS module that's declared in the repo, they'll usually like try to access, they'll have multiple configs like accessing different layers of the configuration, and it just gives you like a kind of a quicker way to get to it. Yeah.
In the option definition for config, right? So that config that you said that you're defining, that is your timing variables to
Yeah, so he was asking in this, right here, I'm adding, the other one, okay, and let's look at in this one. Yes. Yes, so this is adding, yeah, these name, title, and origin are being added to the top level configuration. Yes. I could have taken these, I can do this. I can just do it like that. That's valid. But I'm showing you in a way that you kind of, like for this something this simple, that you would want to architect, like you have an options. You give that to the user, they set the config. And that's why I've kind of separated these things throughout. You see this a lot within like the module system. You know, you don't want to set these. The user wants to set these. But you want to define what the greeting is going to be, because they want that final output product. So that's why they're set up like that. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, in options.nix, we're getting config as basically a function argument that is passed in, and then later on in the file, we are modifying that config by adding greeting as a key to it. Like it is keeping name, title, and origin, because that's what the user provided through. That's already there. And then we're just adding greeting to that, and that's what gets output.
Yep. Well, they all get output. I mean, I think we saw that.
They get output together. They all, like that entire config object gets, that's the output, right?
Yes, yes. Yeah, you can see, I think, in these lines, oh, I can't highlight. Let's go over here. Yeah, and all these, that's the entire configuration. Yeah. And then the second one, I just said, like, just give me the greeting output so I can see the new lines. Yep. Yeah.
Something that maybe, I don't know if we've glossed over, but how Nix language will, if you define a list of things, it'll merge the stuff together. I feel like that's...
We have not talked about that yet. Yeah. Merging, I don't know if there's enough time to talk about merging.
Yeah. I just feel like that might make the whole config thing a little clearer.
Sure.
That's what's happening effectively.
Sure. And actually, I forgot to talk about this in the beginning. I am talking with the documentation team about this. I don't know if you guys have seen, there's one article on module system on nix.dev, which is the current official, like, outside of the manuals documentation. I've talked with the documentation team about bringing this all over. So if you guys have any feedback, good, bad, positive, critical, whatever, please find me after. Let me know what you think. This could really be helpful for future Nix users. But yeah, merging, the way that these are structured is to build like one little step at a time. Merging comes after enough foundation has been placed. So now we've got option dependencies.
Is there another name for equal sign other than assignment operator? Because it's not assignment.
I don't know that there is one.
We need a new name.
Talk to the architecture team. Okay. Okay, so let's look at the next one. Let's look at the next. Do I have anything? No. Splitting modules. Okay, so you can imagine. This is the start, but you can imagine as you build up, you might have a module. You have a module that gets quite large, or you might find that you're developing several modules with, option configurations in different places. And you find that you have some code reuse, and you're like, oh, that could be like a little piece right on its own, and it'd be nice if I could use the same kind of options in multiple places. And you can do that. There's the third kind of top-level attribute we've talked about at the top-level options. We've talked about config, and let's look at let's look at some individual files first. I've taken the previous lesson and split it up. So now we have a name.nix that just has name. We have let's see, what's the next one? Title.nix that just has title. This is kind of the same stuff we've all seen before. We're just declaring an option right here, but these are all just single ones. And we have an origin.nix. That's an options.nix. How about an origins.nix? There we go. Okay. So how can I combine these all together? Well, imports. So this is the third major attribute that's available kind of at the top level of the module system. So with imports, you just pass it a list, and you pass it or you give it a list of paths to all the other modules you want to do. And here I've given the path to name, title, and origin, which are all in the same directory. And this is as if I had just declared them all in this file. It's exactly like the same as we saw in the previous lesson. But now, like, I have reuse. And that's basically it. I mean, you can see here I've got my greeting locally defined. I've got the configuration for greeting locally defined here as well. If you look, there should also be a config.nix that has the same configuration as before. And if we run this, we get the same thing. But this is nice. This allows you to like say like, oh, like I've got this nice like tight little module. I want to like put it away. I don't want it to be like, you know, injected into this code here. I want to be able to use it in multiple places. You can use imports, and you can just pass their paths. Yes.
Can you override like configs that have been set in like a parent import?
Yes.
Like if, for example, if you import like that game.txt file,
Mm-hmm.
that config is set to like a static like a default value. Can isn't the file that you inherited from? Can you rewrite that, like override the config?
So the question is like, if someone's already defined a configuration value, can you override that? And the answer is yes. There is a priority system. It is, I think, one of the last lessons that I want to talk about, and hopefully we can get to it. But yeah, you absolutely can. Yes?
Do you see the USB eval modules should only ever be given one module and one config file? Because you should be importing them all. Like, is that idiomatic? Like, it should eventually all be one?
Not necessarily. I'm just doing this because that's how the lessons are structured, and to be very simple. You know, for this one, let's see. Let's take a look at the eval.
So my question, is there a difference between import and then putting the file separately in the eval? Like, you know, why would I pick one or the other? They seem very similar.
If everything's at the top level, then they're pretty much the same. But we're going to look at some special types called submodules that allow you, like the name, they allow you to define submodules. And sometimes you want to do imports at the submodule level and not at the top level. So,
thank you.
Yeah, of course.
What's the like path availability for these for imports? Like, do they have to be in the directory tree of where you're currently referencing? Are they just absolute paths all the time? How does it know what's available for import when and what gets imported?
So if you're just doing, so the question is like, what's the path availability for these? I'm just repeating it so that people can hear better. What's the path availability for these modules? So if you're working with just like regular Nix stuff, like not talking about NixOS yet, you have to like know what the path is. They have to be generally, I think, relatively available. Like all the stuff that I'm doing is like all in the relative directory. You could probably give it an absolute path as well. The only question is like, if it's not in your repo. Yeah. So, I mean, you can do all sorts of cursed things. Just don't expect anyone else to do it. Use it. Yeah. One thing I'll just touch on, if you're talking about NixOS modules, you have another special argument. I believe it's called modules path. And that is I believe that's another automatically provided attribute that I don't have in the lessons, but it's kind of important to talk about. It will give you a path in the Nix packages repository based off of whatever instance you're using to the directory that has all of the modules in it. So if you, let's say you wanted to extend Nginx or something like that, or extend some other package or some other service, rather than having to know where everything is in Nix packages, or like drilling down from the top level of your Nix packages instance, you can just say modules path and just slash from there. Really, really handy. That I believe is documented on the website, on like the official manuals, and you can go look at that. Okay, so splitting modules was pretty simple. We're just doing imports, and let's see, the next lesson we want to talk about, arguments. So let's go to options, arguments. So generally, without any kind of conditional logic, if you declare an option, you have to define it when you try to evaluate them. If you try to evaluate an option declaration that doesn't have a definition, in other words, if you have something in options that doesn't have a configuration value, the module system will throw an error at you. But that's, I said, without any conditional logic. So there's a couple ways we do it. One of the ways I want to show you real quick is with using another automatically provided keyword, options. So this is the kind of final, you can think of it as the accumulation of all of the options you've declared. And it has a bunch of information in it. Like if you go down inside options and we wanted to look at, you can say like options.name, it has information about its type. It has information about, let's see, what else? If it was defined or not. Let's see, what else kind of stuff do we have? There's a lot of things you can look at that you can find in there. And also to be similar to config, this options, it's not the same as this options. One is all of the options together. This options right here is just what's local. But what I can do, let's say I wanted to amend the things that we've done so far in these lessons. Let's say I wanted to give the user the ability to only define some of the things that we've declared. Like I didn't want to, we have name, title, and origin. I don't want to define title. I just want to do name and origin. You can do that. And we can do that because Nix is lazy. So I'm going to do something similar just for the sake of my own sanity. I'm going to say ops equals options. And what I'm going to do down in my greeting, rather than kind of statically saying like, this is the string and I want you to inject these values in, I'm going to put some conditional logic in. So I'm going to make a list of strings. And so if you haven't seen the optional function before, the first argument is a Boolean. If that Boolean is true, the second argument gets passed in as a list, or it gets injected into a list and passed back. If it's false, it returns an empty list. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm generating a list, I'm concatenating all these lists together, and if I define, I'm going to say options.name. If it's defined, then pass this string along. And if it's not, concatenate an empty list, which should just be nothing. And then I use this other function called concat_string_sep, which takes a separator and then concats a list of strings together for you. So I'm just building up the same kind of string that we saw previously, but now I don't have to define these options, or whichever, these options that are the name, title, and config if I don't want to. So let's take a look at a config. Yeah, there we go. So I've just defined a name and title, name and origin, no title. Eval is the same. Just pulling in options and config and giving back the config, the greeting from the config output. And the run's going to be the same. So let's just take a look. Doesn't crash. Works. I can go back in here, and let's go back to the config. I can take out origin. Oops, not all the way, just that much. Doesn't crash. Works exactly as expected. So if I had done this before, in the previous lesson where I didn't have those conditionals in, the module system would have thrown an error at me. Let's actually go take a look. Here's a config. Oh, hold on. Let's go back again. Do I have something open? I do. Okay. Let's just see what happens real quick. Yeah. You'll see this error message. This is the kind of de facto error message that you will see at the bottom here. If you declare a definition, or if you declare an option, you don't define it. So the option origin is used but not defined. A little confusing at first, but yeah, essentially what it means is like I created an option called origin, and I didn't give it a value, and now it's complaining. So if you, yeah, go ahead.
It's complaining because you tried to use it, but it was undefined. If you define it but don't use it, like does it work in the other way around where if you but don't consume it?
That is a really good question. Let's find out. That is find out. So I'm gonna put origin back in. let's open this options. Let's get rid of, yeah, let's get rid of origin. Let's not import it. Come on. Ooh. Oh, I probably screwed up something there. Hold on. I did? Oh, thank you. I did delete the end of string. Yeah. Does not exist. Yeah. So they go hand in hand without any conditional logic.
So it's throwing that error because it's still defined as an option, and that option hasn't been provided?
That option, yeah, that option has not been declared yet. Yeah. And yeah, and it even tells you where you messed up, which is really nice. It's like you messed up right here in this config file. Oh, I guess you guys can't see that. Right there. So yeah. So make sure that there's, it'll tell you right away. It doesn't take that long to figure out that you've messed something up. But those tools are there. It's just that, recognize that the error messages might not necessarily be what you might have expected. Like, you've defined something here, but you didn't declare it. Or you declared something, you didn't define it. These are kind of the translations. This option origin does not exist. It's not declared. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. So far, all of these have just been kind of contained within the Nix language, strictly within the module system and just extending on the Nix language. I try to keep it as much in here as possible so that you're kind of always touching something that's always familiar, or something that I didn't want to add like packages or external things where you have to like pick up something new, like some API or Nginx or like some service that most of you some people might not be familiar with. We're going to take a little step out, and we're going to use packages for something. So let's go over to, let's just make sure I didn't, okay, nothing's still there. Okay, let's look at extra arguments. So we've talked about things that are automatically provided so far, which are lib, options, and config. Packages, if you're just writing Nix like standard like Nix level modules, not NixOS modules, you don't get packages for free. If you're writing a NixOS module, you do. But I'm writing just something really simple that just puts out strings, so I don't get packages for free. So how do I get access to it? Well, first, I'm going to assume that I do get it. I'm going to call it packages. And I'm going to use it. So what I'm doing here is still similar to what we've done before. I'm going to provide it a name and a greeting this time, just two. The name is going to be my kind of input, and greeting is what I'm going to see in the output. And I've configured this kind of silly little thing that uses cowsay, shoves the name into cowsay, and then spits it out to like a text file that we can just cat out and look at later. Don't worry about the details for all this. This is just kind of stuff that I had to do to make sure that I could integrate it all with the lessons site and the build, because this whole site is built with Nix and verifies that everything runs before the site can deploy. So this isn't the way that you would normally like write something like this, but I just did it for the sake of having it work for my CI. But the short is, name goes in, cowsay says hello, name. But I need to give it packages somehow. We're not going to find that in config. Config just does name, the way that I'm doing it right now. Let's take a look at eval, because the way that packages are provided, you still need access to like packages somewhere, like you need to pass that in. And since I know previously that when we were looking at our eval files that were just regular Nix files, and I was using the run scripts to provide packages to it, I know that I have packages available there. Similarly, this is a little bit different because now we're not going to use Nix eval, we're going to use Nix build for this particular example. I needed a more pure version of Nix packages available. So don't worry too much, this is just a purity thing. Just know that right now, at the top level of my eval file, I have packages. And this is unfortunately not documented too well. I believe the only place that this is actually fully documented is in the source code. The documentation team is working on it, I promise. They're doing a great job. But within config, so within that same config that we were, actually this is not the top level config. This is like the regular module attribute config. There's a kind of pseudo hidden argument called underscore module. Within that, there's another attribute called args. And args, you can pass it arbitrary things that you want to be provided to your module system. So I'm going to say in config.module.args, inherit packages, or packages equals packages, right? And this is what allows me to pass in anything that I want. So let's say you were building up some library. Let's say you had some really elaborate module that had like your own library called mylib, and you had all these cool functions in there. If you had that available here, I could just say like, and mylib, you know? And then I could go over to my options file and say like, oh, now I have access to mylib. Since I actually have these defined, I'm gonna undo that real quick before this thing breaks. But yeah, you can pass in arbitrary things in right through that argument right there. If you look in, I don't have it in the lessons yet. You can also look in the documentation for something called special args. It is another way to do it because this particular way has some limitations. It is the more recommended way, but if you run into those limitations, special args is there as a backup. Look in, I think it's the Nix packages manual or the NixOS manual for the documentation for special args. But yeah, now we have packages. Well, at least I'm telling you I do. I've tried to apply or make it available. So if I look at my run file real quick, this is just going to be that is not it. Run.shell or build.shell. Sorry, this is a build file. Just runs nix build on the eval.nix file. If we try to build it, might take a little while. Okay. It gives us a result. If we look out here, there's something in result. And if I cat that out, it's SCaLE. It says hello, Buddy McFootface. And that's it. So yeah, so this is how you can give anything you want to the module system that you provide. Yes?
What's the line for all these packages right now take the functional and put them in the configurable? What's the line between doing that and making a module? Like, do you have a philosophy here where it's just be an attribute as input, like, you know, is whatever, or yeah? Is that clear?
Let me see if I understand. So yeah, like you're saying, like when you go to like the source code that builds for the derivation for a particular package, usually you see like as a function argument, but you don't usually see like module options in there.
You see control like options to maybe add something to the derivation, build it with SSL or don't build it with SSL.
Yeah.
So they're encoding all of these options in the functional arguments.
But are those NixOS options or are they just like function arguments?
No, but Nix package derivations often employ that.
The module system?
No,
Oh,
they're functional input arguments. But
right.
they could be modules, so what's the choice here when to pick one or the other?
I think generally for things in Nix packages, you just want to use simple functional arguments. You don't want to use the module system. I don't think I've ever seen something from Nix packages that uses the module system. Generally, where you see options is for NixOS. When you want to configure services.
Is that a mistake? Or is
that is not a mistake. Started using what recently? Really? Okay. Okay. So somebody just said that recently people have started using the module system for packages. Cool. Right. The typing is nice. Okay. So this covers the basics. This is just enough to kind of get you started. But let's continue on. I want to talk a little bit more about MK option. That was that generic option builder that we had. Some of the other things that are available for us. Let's see, I believe this is, let's go to Default values. Okay. So doing all this is really nice. You saw in some of the previous or lessons that we had, we could configure a value for things like greeting in the same thing that where we had our option declarations, which is really nice. There's also another attribute that is available from MK option that we can use to set default values. You know, just as a thing, they are completely overridable, but they make your users' lives easier if you kind of know what defaults they might like. So here's a really simple module in my options.nix file. I have an option called A, which is integer, B, which is integer, and sum, which is integer. And the configuration for sum is A plus B. Simple. But I've added a little default value here for which one is this? For B. And that's it. This uses the priority system. We will talk about that in a bit. But this has essentially like the lowest priority possible within the module system. This is the most overridable thing, easiest to override, but is available if the user wants to use the default values. So let's take a look at a config, just a regular config. Let's see, let's do that, and let's do that. So in this configuration, I've only set a value for A. So I expect that it will use the default value for B, which is 2. A is 3, and give me a sum of 5. So let's take a look. So run.shell. Perfect. Okay. So what do I need to do to override it? Well, there's another configuration file in here called config-override. And that's it. Just say B equals 4. B is whatever. Equals, screw that, 40. There's a run override in here as well to help you out. And there you go, 40 plus 3, 43. The next couple ones are fairly quick by some of the other ones, but yeah, go for it.
In the options.nix, you have to define the sum. But does that mean that you can also set the sum?
Yeah, you could totally do that.
Would it just get overridden by the result on the config section?
Yeah. You have the power to do whatever cursed things you want. But not these. These are all just example files. But
You have to, like, if you're going to return it, you have to define it in options.
I could have defined it in another file. I could have defined it in like somewhere. Somewhere it has to be defined. I just set these up as kind of like the way that like I have an options that I would provide as an API to a user, and then like what they would have in their config.nix file to configure those options. But yeah, like we've seen with like imports, like we saw, you can split these files up as much as you want. Just how readable do you want them to be? Yeah, any other things? No, that's a pretty simple one. I'm going to quickly talk about some of the other attributes that are involved with documentation. So if we go over, there is option documentation, directory. Okay, there's a couple other really handy attributes. This, if you ever start, building up a project that uses the module system and you want to like throw it up on a static site with all of your options, like you've seen with like the home manager talk that was earlier, or if you see on like the search for search.nixos.org. If you look at the options tab, you can see all the options that are available for NixOS. There's a couple of extra attributes that help with documentation. So one of them is called description, and one of them is called example. So description is like it sounds. You just can provide it text, sentences, paragraphs, to just describe what this option does. Please be thorough. As you might have noticed, some of them are not super well documented. The more information you give to the user, the more they can understand, the better. An example is just another example. Strings are kind of simple, but like we'll look at some extra types and like why you might want to put an example in to kind of show the structure of what your option can look like. And all of these, if you look at the outputs for documentation, will be included. So let's take a look real quick. I don't have a config this time. We're not caring about config. Actually, let's see. Is there a config? No. What else is here? There's docs. Yeah. So now we're going to use some new functions. So generally, when you're trying to create documentation for all these options that you've created, you don't need to have the config. It's the wonderful laziness of Nix that allows you to do things like this. But you're going to probably want to use this function called NixOS options doc. So this takes an attribute set, and one of the attributes for this is options. And here, we're going to pass in the evaluated options attribute. So this eval options is the same kind of eval options that we've been using before, where normally we had our config.nix right here next to options.nix, but we don't need config right now. We're actually fully evaluating these things. We're just going to look at the options output. So yeah, so we can take the evaluated options, we can look at the options. This line right here, it's up to you if you want to implement it. The generated documentation includes all of the documentation for that little hidden underscore module thing that we saw earlier when we passed in packages. It doesn't really generally add a lot of value. So for the stuff that I generate, when I build documentation for my modules, I remove it, and it just cleans up the documentation a whole bunch. If you're using it in really cool ways that it's meaningful to leave it in there, feel free to leave it in there. When you're writing your first module, you can probably get rid of it. And yeah, so the function NixOS options doc provides a couple of different outputs. One sec. It provides a JSON output, it provides a ASCII doc, and it provides a common mark output, and maybe one more, but I think that's it. So we're going to look at the common mark output. Yes?
Can you show what that line would look like if you weren't removing the underscore module?
Sure. I'll build it, and then we'll build it without that line, and we'll see what happens. So let's see. Actually, I think I already have it built. But let's build it just in case. Okay, it built really quickly. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is the common mark output. So it's going to look like Markdown. But you can see right here, at the very top, is the name of my option, which was also name. The description for it, which was a name for a user. The type, which was a string type. Its default value, which in this case was empty. An example, which I called Bodie McBoatface. And then you're also going to have this declared by, which is actually going to show you where, basically a link to your system, where this option, which file was declared in. This is maybe less handy generally for things on your system. Definitely handy when you're looking at NixOS options, because it tells you where in the repository it's defined, or it's declared, I should say.
But that doesn't help if this documentation is on GitHub, because that's not relevant.
Exactly. So you can do some really nice string manipulation. For some of this documentation I've generated, I will actually look at the JSON output and create my own common mark output, which is not terribly hard. You can go look and see how this is generated in Nix packages repository, and I kind of just took that, massaged it a little bit, and made it my own flavor. Another question? Thinking?
Well, what will evaluate at doc build time? So can I run the function I'm documenting and assert its output in the doc?
Can you say that again?
I'm bootstrapping doc tests into your build module. So can I, you can run string interpolation in the doc strings, right?
Yeah.
Can I run a function or thing that I am documenting and assert on its output?
Ooh, can I run?
Is that in the namespace? Like if I'm documenting some other thing, can I assert on its value or do something with it in the doc string? So when the docs build, they can fail the build.
Let me answer it this way. Maybe this answers your question. So when I build this site, I take in all these Nix files, I evaluate them, and I inject them into the markdown lesson source code. And that's what builds the site. That's how I know that all of these work. So is that answering your question? Okay, great. So yeah, so let's answer the other question we had earlier. What happens? Wait, where did it go? No, sorry. Docs. Yes. Options equals eval options dot. Okay. Build. Let's see what this looks like. Actually, let's look at it in less because it's probably going to be big. There you go. Actually, if you wanted a quick access to the documentation for modules, which I said was in the source code, you could do this. This will give you some of it, at least. But yeah, you can see this is, we're still, wait, oh wait, here we are. Now we're at our stuff. But we had to get past all of this. So it's already bigger than what we had for a single option. And if we had a lot of options, yeah, the percentage goes way down. But generally, users don't need to know or care, unless you get to more advanced things. But if you're already in the advanced stuff, you know that it exists and it's always there, so you don't really need to document it. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit more about documentation and try to help you guys avoid a potential pitfall, which you can run into. Not the biggest pitfall, but just some funny things happen when we try to use a default value that's a package, or something that's not like a simple type, like a string or an integer or a list. So we've got a new options.nix file here. So this one is using packages again. We already know how to pass that in. That's great. And we're creating a new option called random package. So random package, its type isn't string anymore. It's from the typing system. It's a package type. Its default value, we're going to use the hello package. Its description is a random package, and the example is going to be the CalSay package. So basically saying like, just give me a random package. It doesn't really matter. We're not doing anything with this. We're only this is just an exercise to look at what does the documentation look like when we try to build documentation with these values. So the docs file is exactly the same. The regular docs.nix, there's a fixed version of this, but we'll look at that in a sec. So let's look at what happens when we build all this. So we build docs.shell, and let's look at the result. Okay, so yeah, we've got our title, which is random, or the heading of this output is random package, which was the name of our option. Description was a random package. Type is package. But look at the default and examples. They're derivations. That's weird. I mean, it says that isn't how we configured it, right? It was package.hello or package.calsay. But this is the kind of problem. Like the string output of a package is this. So how do we fix these kinds of things? Because we don't want to give this to our user and be like, oh, like, what is that? Where does that come from? So instead of that, let's look at, there's another docs file, fixed. Oh, sorry, not the doc. Options fixed. So there's a couple functions that are here that are really handy. One of them, actually, first before we talk about the functions, there's another attribute, default text. So default has to be left alone. Default is the default value that the module system will use. But you use default text for your documentation if you need to do these kinds of things where we need to fix up, like if you're using a package or some other kind of derivation. So in default text, what we can do is say, put packages.hello in a string and pass it to literal expression. So this will extract the kind of code within the string outside of it and put that in a code block for you within your documentation. Because if you didn't include literal expression, it would be a string. And we don't want to say, put a package in string quotes. We want to say packages.hello. You need something? What's that? Pierre's got it. Pausing for announcement.
Hello. So real quick announcement. So since everything kind of got shifted this morning, the next talk will start at 3:30, not right now. So you still have time. There's a bunch of people in here for the next talk. You're going to get in. It's fine. But we are running like half an hour behind. So just wanted to call that out. So you still have time to go use the restroom and whatever. Good?
Or you can stay.
Yeah, you can stay. That's also totally fine. Yeah, you should stay.
Oh, you can go back to Pierre. I might need him. Okay, so one other function that's really handy, but not necessary, unless you're writing like if you have like a lot of things that you want to write for your example, like if you have a really convoluted thing and it's better to maybe explain an example rather than trying to write out what an example could look like. You can use this other function called literal MD, or literal markdown. And you can write markdown inside of your string now. And that'll just be injected as is into your documentation. So you can see here I'm saying like any italicized random boldface package. And it should show up like that. It should just basically just translate directly into the markdown file. So let's see. We got default text for overwriting the default value text as some sort of text value. We've got a literal expression when we want to use things like from packages. And we've also got literal MD for when we just want to write markdown. I believe literal MD is generally used for example and either default text or description. Check the documentation. I don't remember. I think if you put it in the wrong one, it might fail. You'll find out. So we've got another build file that looks at, let's see, where is it? Yeah, we have build docs fixed to build these docs, but with all these things that we have fixes now. So let's take a look at the result for this. Okay, look at the bottom. We have our default, and we have our example, and it doesn't say derivation anymore. It says packages.hello. Exactly what we wanted, exactly what we said. If you assume that they had the package namespace available, like just kind of spot it out, you could just say hello, saying like that's a package. But it's kind of nice to say like this comes from packages, so I'm saying packages.hello. And our example is any random package with the markdown modifiers already injected in there. So that, I think, is all we want to talk about MKB options and documentation. Any questions before we move on? Yeah?
When you fixed it, you took out the cause?
This is a totally new one. Oh, wait, did I take out the cause?
Yeah, like in your example, you just do the you still actually use some package to generate the text that you pass to example in the fixed version?
This was just to show that like instead of having like actual expression, I can just throw like a description in there.
Is that part of the fix?
It's not part of the fix. I could have used literal expression the same I did for the default text, but I just wanted to show you that I didn't want to have like a third example in here. I just want to show you. Default text is the fix for showing what the default value looks like in the documentation, but example doesn't get evaluated. It's just for documentation purposes. Yeah. No more hands. Okay. Moving on. So we're going to quickly talk about some really simple types because I want to talk about submodules. I think we have enough time for all that. So if we go to basic types, just wanted to show you guys some more basic types that we can look at. So look, we've looked at string. We've looked at integer, we've looked at package, and there's the kind of normal set of types that you would normally expect from a typing system. So we've got booleans, we've got enumerated values, we've got integers, we've got strings. If we look at just a simple configuration for all that, you can see like I have an example bool is true, example integer is 42, example enum is left, which is one of the values in the list that's provided to the enum type. By the way, that is how you declare the enumerated values, is you pass in a list of all the enumerations you want to the enum type, and it will handle that for you. An example string is hello. If we run this, the evaluation for this, we get exactly what we want. No, but nothing surprising there. Let's go to the compose types. So these are a little bit more interesting. That's not the right file. Options, more trivial. So we can build things of things. So compose types like we have list of at this very top one. So example list of, its type is a list of integers. I can have an attribute set of strings. I can have null or Boolean. So this you can either give it null or a Boolean value. I can have, there's one that's really nice, it's called either. So it could be either string or int. Another really nice one it's a one of. So it can be, so you give it a list of all the types that you want it to be able to be. So it could be either a string, an integer, or a bool. And similarly, we can configure these ones. We'll look at the configuration trivial. And if I evaluate this, it's the same thing as before. It evaluates, it verifies. But you can see, like, we have our list of integers. We have our attribute set of strings. This one was the example that could have been null or Boolean. For this case, I set it to true. Either was, it could have been string or integer. And like the text says, I could have been integer. This example one of could have been string, integer, or Boolean. I could have been either one of those three. If we run this, run trivial, we get a bunch of things. You can nest these pretty deeply. Yeah, a list of one of string, integer, or Boolean. So you're basically creating, like, I could have a list that has, you know, the first element's a string, the next element's an integer, the next element's a bool, the next element's a bool. Attributes of null or string. So I can have an attribute set where the values are either null types or string types. Attributes of a list of either integers or strings. And then, like, the last one, I'm not going to go through all that. Like, you can get some really, really crazy stuff and create some really interesting architectures and structures. And you know, look at the configuration for that. And this all works. This all evaluates. If you look at run nested, you get a big output. Okay, so why do all that? Well, there are other ways to do things like this. And this is where we're going to start talking about submodules. So rather than kind of creating these complicated structures that might be hard to parse, might be hard to debug, might be hard for your users to even understand, there's a better way. So let's go over to the submodules lesson. Oops. Submodules, yeah. And this is arguably one of the most powerful types in the whole typing system, is the ability to create modules that go inside of other modules. So actually, before we look at the options.nix, let's go look at the character.nix. This will look really familiar. I have an options of name, title, and origin. I have a greeting, and I have a greeting configuration that is conditionally dependent on whether name, title, or origin are present. This is the same thing we saw when we looked at the conditional, using the options argument to conditionally set what the greeting would look like. But this is all contained within its own file now. It's called character.nix. And if we go look at options, let's go look at the options file. We're creating a new option in this file called characters. And its type is a list of, submodule, and a path to characters.nix. So now I can create kind of arbitrarily many characters as I want, and they'll all be contained within this list. The way that you configure sub-options, think of options, they're very adder-like. So let's just take a look at the configuration so we can see what this looks like. And we'll keep this up, actually. Yes, config. Right, so here's my character. Remember, it was going to be a list of, and it's a list of submodules. So the things that we have exposed are name, origin, and title. So the first one is going to be Bodie McBoatface. Its origin from England. And then the second one's going to be me. Title is a Nix enthusiast from the USA. And now this is kind of what somebody had a question earlier about imports. This is where you would want to use imports when you're using them for a submodule, because then it's not the same thing as importing them at the top level anymore. Yeah, and then for the greeting output, basically what I'm going to do is extract the greetings from every single configuration that I have, concatenate them all in a string, and have a big greeting for everyone that I've configured. But yeah, so let's take a look at, oops, where am I? Let's take a look at the run. And there we go. We have hello from Bodie McButtface. We have hello from me. But I don't know if I can stress this enough. This is so absolutely powerful, because now I can have a character, and I can, for each character, let's say you wanted to go like a video game route, like I could create like a job system or something like that. And job could be its own module, and then that could be imported into the character module. So you could have arbitrary, and that's the thing. But this has a lot more structure. When you generate the documentation for this, it's a lot easier to read. It's a lot easier to parse. So get familiar with submodules. They're really, really handy. Okay. This is a big one, so any questions before we move on? Yes?
Can you touch on more of the, maybe I missed it, the scoping of config and options within a submodule? For instance, are they scoped in submodule? These like options, top, whatever, scoped in submodule? And how would I maybe go to super level if I wanted to use it?
Can you go, I haven't played with trying to go up a level, because I know you can go down if you're aware of what's below you. So within character.nix, this configuration that I have right here, it's nested underneath like my top level options. It's here, but that config is going to refer to like locally myself. I don't know if there's a way to drill up, unless you like override the default, like if you try to like import the character or do something strange. But you are able to, like if we looked at the options.nix, it is aware of what's below it. So with attributes it gets like, well, let's see, with lists you can go through some indexing and stuff like that. If you're doing like an attrs of characters, it might get a little dicey because you don't know what the end user is going to set the value for the name is, but I guess you could still iterate over the attr values. But yeah, so the options, because it's above, its config is aware of some module below, but not sure if character can be aware of its parent's module system. Pierre, do you know anything about nothing? Okay. Somebody else? I thought I saw. Was that good? Okay. Anybody else? I thought I saw it. What's up? Okay. Oh, okay. Does somebody else have a question? Okay. I believe the last thing we're going to talk about, and we're running out of time, so this is a good thing it's the last thing, is priorities. Okay. So this goes back all the way back to the beginning when we were talking about overriding things. So let's take. Okay, what'd you find?
There are two ways. When you're doing a submodule, I think you can pass in a list of modules, so you could kind of inherit it into args there. You can also do a type which is submodules with and pass it in special args.
Yes, there are some other functions that we don't have time to cover. There are other ways to do submodules. We did it the most simple way, which is using the submodule type. There is another function called submodule with, which is what I think you're looking at. It exposes a lot more arguments that you can use to pass more arbitrary arguments to your submodules. That's documented pretty well on the manuals. Check that out if you want to look at other ways. It's really handy. I've used it before, and it's super powerful. But yeah. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Okay. So, default values plus priorities plus overriding things. So, we've looked at before using the default value inside of MK option. So instead of having it like you can say like there's a default value here, we have like a default value of default equals something. Deep within the module code, there's a priority system. And anything that's defined here within MK option as a default value has a priority of 1500. The lower the priority, the higher the precedence, or the more preferred it is. So 1500 is basically like anything will override it. There are different functions that we can use to kind of change the priority that we're setting for a particular option, such as this one. So if you do something within config using like lib.mk default, it will have a priority of 1000. So it'll automatically override this one because it's 1500. If you don't use mk default and just do it like this, sneakily, the module system will give this a priority of 100. So even and the kind of idea behind that is that like sometimes you need to like create your default values in config and not within the option itself. And so they created like kind of a secondary function. So that's why, you know, this is 1500. If you use mk default, it's 1000. But like generally users don't use mk default. This is usually when you're like creating a modules for someone else to use. When you're doing it like this, it has even higher precedence over like a predefined module. So this is what users would use. If someone else, I think someone else had earlier asked, like, if someone else had like done this, but then you wanted to override that even further, well, there is one called mk force, and that has a priority of 10, which is, I believe, the lowest one that's kind of defaultly available. If you want to set up more, there is, I believe, something called mk override. The first argument that you pass it is an integer, which is going to be its priority. The second one is like the content you would provide, like the string value here. So like I could say like, let's see, lib.mk override, and then 1. Like, beat that. Like nothing. I don't know if you can go negative with the values. I guess you could say like 0. But like you can essentially just create kind of any kind of priority level that you want for a particular option. If you're doing this for things you want to expose to the user and then you actually want them to configure it, don't do this. Either use mk default or put it in here. Everything past that, like mk force, is used, or just like not even using any function, just configuring it in the config attribute, is generally used for the user. Yeah, so let's just take a look real quick. So we've got our option here. We have a config. Let's see, maybe we don't have a config. We have, oh right. We just have, this one's already got a config within it. Okay, no big deal. Let's take a look at the eval file. Since the one module that we have has both the option and declaration definition, we don't need anything other than that options file. And so then if we run that, we're going to get Bodhi McBoatface. Remember that was this value right here. Okay. So just to kind of push it forward to like really show you that like, yes, you can override things. There are some, let's see. Then it will complain. Yes. So you can see this one, I'm not using mk default. This is just configuration value. Recall this one had a priority of 100, whereas mk default had a priority of 1000. We expect this one to supersede the previous value. So what was that called? A boat overridden. Okay, so if we run override, we get exactly that. There's one more, sorry. The way that was being used, there's another eval file called override where it pulls in that options file and the override. The last one we're going to look at is force, I think? Yeah, so force is going to use mk force, which recall had a priority of 10. And then we have another eval file called eval force, which uses all 3. And you can use all 3, but it's going to pick the one that has the lowest priority. Yes? 50? Is there one that's... Okay, sorry, what was the name of the one that has 10?
Make VM override.
Make VM override, okay. Sorry, so corrections, thank you for that. Apparently, MK4 says a priority of 50, not 10. Yes, all the way in the back.
Is the ordering in the modules important if you're overriding?
Nope. It doesn't, or not overriding. Not important at all, by design. And then if we look at the run for force, a forced vote. There you go. Let's take a look at real quick. What happens if I have them at the same level? I believe that should just be run. Let's look at actually, run override, I believe. There you go. So the option name has conflicting definition values. And you can actually, it nicely gives you a path to each one of those files. A boat overridden and boating boatface conflict because they have the same priority and the str type cannot be merged. Unfortunately, we don't have a time to get into merging, but if you continue looking at the documentation for this, there are types that can be merged. Attribute sets you can have multiple definitions for. I believe certain types of lists, I don't know if all lists can be merged. It should absolutely say on the Nix packages documentation whether or not it can be merged. I think the default list one cannot. Yeah. Question?
Is there a table somewhere that would list all of the MK priorities, like all the priorities, and like what's their priority level?
It's in the source code. Sorry. Sorry, what was that? Okay. Oh, they actually have it, because I found it in the source code. But
It's just source.
yeah. Yeah. I think that's all the things that I had planned. Is there any more questions before we wrap up and prepare for the next session? Yes.
So a lot of this was kept kind of very contained and straightforward for presumably demonstration purposes. I'm still trying to figure out like concrete use cases like that. I know they're everywhere in Nix packages and the home manager. That's pretty much where it matters the most, right? I mean, I
Sure.
guess if you're, are there any other use cases that I'm missing? Like if I'm writing a package that's built with Nix, can I also say you also configure it with Nix and then use the module system?
System view services.
Yeah.
Main use of packages, a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
So if you want to define exactly how the system view service is scoped.
Yeah. So,
You have for it. You're using the package sets, but then you're also allowing certain knobs to be turned from outside.
yeah.
If that makes sense.
And not just systemd, but basically everything within NixOS is module configured.
Nginx servers.
Yeah. So actually, I do want to point out, if we look at, let's see, where do we want to go? 7, I want to go 8. Oh, I want to go 8? Yeah, I do. Let's go here. Nix.dev. So this is the official documentation. So the question was asked about like more practical things. These lessons were created with the idea of keeping you within the Nix system, not exposing you to too many other things that might add some complexity. But if you go here, you should have enough information now to read. There's this article called Module System Deep Dive, written by Infinisil, which is one of the maintainers for the module system, also lead of the architecture team. Here, they create a set of modules to interact with Google's Maps API. They configure some options for like zoom and scale, and they show you like, it's not like kind of split up in mind. They actually start from like nothing, that kind of useless.nix, like empty attribute set, and build up all the way to a fully fledged module system. If you're interested in like kind of the thought process for someone who does a lot of Nix, I highly recommend reading this article. It is also where I pulled a lot of good information from, and is outside of the manuals, is the only other official documentation on the module system that you can go read up on. So that's at nix.dev and module system deep dive. Anybody else? What's that? Oh, sorry, right. Sorry, can you speak up? It's a little hard to hear you. Trade-off, main trade-off of the module system. Just writing a package or a function? Well, you don't get type checking. You don't get type checking. That's one of the major trade-offs. You know, like users can just inject arbitrary things into the arguments of a function if you're having a regular like kind of package that you would. Oh, the other way. Like, why would you want to pick up using like just a function package versus using the whole module system? Simplicity. It's a lot quicker and simpler to write something like that. And the real question is, do you need all of this? I don't know. That would probably be a good question for someone who's committed a lot more to Nix packages. I've only made one, so. We good? No more hands? Okay. Thank you.
All right. The next talk will start in just a couple of minutes, so let those speakers get set up. In the meantime, if you're entering or leaving this room, do everybody a favor and close the door very quietly. It's very distracting. So that's the only real announcement there. I would like to bestow upon Daniel Baker a Nix brick. There you go. Yeah. Okie dokie. Where are the next speakers? Right here. Cool. All right. I'll let you guys get set up. We have your bricks here. So we have. Yeah. Hello. One more quick announcement. So here's how lightning talks are going to work. All right, everybody quiet down for a second. I have a mic, but I don't want to yell at you. So lightning talks, that will happen after this talk. So the way that's going to work is if you want to give a lightning talk, you can line up against that wall after they're done. Please don't interrupt them while they're finishing up their workshop. But you'll just form a line over here, first come, first serve. I'll give you 5 minutes to present your lightning talk. As 5 minutes approach, I will become uncomfortably close to you to force you to finish. And at 5 minutes, I'm yanking the cord. Okay? So, first come, first serve, 5 minutes. Weird shit, anything you want. Like, yeah, fair game. You guys ready to go? Absolutely. Cool.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. I'm Ryan Trinkle. This is John Erickson. We've worked together for a long time in the Nix community. Nix really made a huge impact on how we work. I started moving stuff to it in 2012. And that was in the context of a company that wanted to provide a really high quality SaaS application to some commercial market. So obviously one of the most important things about running a high quality application is knowing that it's actually high quality. And how do you determine that when you're constantly changing it? Well, continuous integration is sort of the main and first step for most organizations in that. I'm sure probably almost all of you know what continuous integration is, but I'll just reiterate it in case. Basically, continuous integration is a system that continuously builds and tests your software as people make changes so that you always know whether what you've got on your main branch is something you can actually push to production. And it can enforce all kinds of other rules, and sometimes they do automatic deployments and all kinds of other automation. But basically, you want to know that the work that you've been doing, the work that you continue to do, continues to meet the quality standards within the company, and CI is the framework for that. Now, Nix gives us an amazing foundation for this because Nix gives us a very high degree of reproducibility. So with a lot of non-Nix-based continuous integration systems, even if CI says your code is good, it might not be good because the thing you put in production might not be the same thing that your CI system tested. That's no good. And so obviously people have ways that they try to approach this, like using Docker containers or really carefully holding on to artifacts that the CI system produces and making sure those are the things that get pushed to production. There are many ways to do these things, but Nix gives you the advantage that the default and kind of only way is already pretty good. You don't have to really reinforce it at any given step. Now that being said, Nix is not really that great to use with traditional continuous integration systems for a couple of reasons. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead to this one. The two big reasons basically being that Nix is based around sandboxing everything and having an absolute total chain of custody for everything that your software depends on, which often is a lot of stuff, right? So when we build, at our company, we do a lot of Haskell work, and the Haskell compiler toolchain is like a few gigabytes. And so when you try to go build stuff in a traditional CI, well, it needs to fetch all that stuff. And every CI system tends to have its own caching stuff. They all tend to be not as principled as Nix. They tend to not interoperate with Nix super well. So people who use Nix, the long and short of it is we tend to use Nix-oriented continuous integration solutions. I'm going to go back and talk a little bit about the benefits of CI. I already mentioned testing, but the other big one with Nix is that Nix, in addition to to doing reproducibility and all the sort of robustness things that we like, it also has this awesome caching capability, which, you know, whereas outside the Nix community, you might pull Docker images with Docker Compose or whatever, but then as soon as you make a tiny change, the whole thing has to rebuild from scratch. With Nix, you can have very fine-grained binary caching. And so if you have a bunch of different people on your team, they're using a bunch of stuff, you can pull from binary caches, and everybody's development environment can be set up very, very quickly. I mean, when I converted my 2 companies ago from like Ubuntu and just traditional stuff to using Nix, we went from having usually a few days to a week for a new developer to set up their laptop to 10 minutes, however long it takes to download, basically. So that's another huge advantage. And that's another place where the traditional CIs, even if they have their own internal caching, that cache is not usually exposed to developers to be able to pull it directly onto their laptops. So we want to have Nix solutions to take full advantage of Nix and also to deal with the sort of different performance profile that Nix has from traditional builds. And so we have a few different tools in the marketplace here. I've only covered the ones here that are well-known and publicly available for some time and sort of tried and true. There are a whole bunch more. There, you know, if you go look on the discourse, you're going to find more. It's a great open source community. Lots of people do this kind of stuff. So Hydra is probably the best known CI solution in the Nix space. That's the one that builds Nix packages. So anytime you're seeing whether, you know, a given version of something is building on Nix packages or whatever, you might find yourself on hydra.nixos.org, and that is that. And this is an open source project you can use yourself. In my experience, people find it kind of difficult to run, difficult to keep running. It tends to be, I mean, it has every feature pretty much that you could imagine, but it's kind of a beast to work with. Hercules is probably the best known, most mature managed CI service for Nix. So Hercules will manage the actual interfacing with your GitHub project. It will manage assigning jobs out, and it will give you a user interface for all of this. With Hercules, you do run the actual builds on your own hardware, which is nice. It also is a thing that you need to set up. Garnix is a little bit less, at least it's a little younger. I guess I don't really want to comment on exactly how mature each of these solutions is, since they are competitors with each other. But I think that, you know, Garnix is a newer competitor, and they host the runners for you as well. So they'll manage not only the build, but also getting the machines ready to actually build the software. And then we have some more specialized tools. So there's Cachix, which is just for caching, and it also has some deployment features, but it's focused on caching, as the name implies. And then you've got nixbuild.net, which is effectively like a remote builder as a service. As far as I know, they don't do anything with the actual CI sort of traditional loop, but they'll give you as much compute as you need on demand. So that's the basic lay of the land here. Of course, there are other tools, and I'm not discouraging you from using any of those, but these are the ones that seem to me to make sense to say, like, you know, this is the normal stuff in the ecosystem. So when you're setting up CI for yourself, you're going to need to try to decide a few different things. For example, which of those tools do you want to use, if any? Of course, you can always roll your own as well. You're also going to need to know which provider you're on. Not every CI tool supports every Git forge, so you actually would potentially want to consider moving your repo to one that is better supported by the CI tool, but not if you've got a lot of issues and everything going on. So anyway, that's one thing to take into account when you're picking a provider. Then the Flake support, Flake support is pretty good nowadays, but there is usually a different way to do things for the Flakes or non-Flakes way. So, you know, release.nix is the main way traditionally before Flakes came around, and now there's a lot of support for Flakes in all these different tools, but this is another decision that you want to make fairly early on when you're doing your CI deployment. You know, probably Flakes is the more modern way to do things. And so then, yeah, you're going to want to choose one of each of these tools to make sure that you've got something that lines it up. So that's basically all the talking I'm going to be doing here. I do want to ask, how many people in this room already are running some sort of CI integration that they manage on a repo of theirs? Okay, great. So that looks like about 40% of the people in the room. So great, you all just volunteered. So how many people have a project that needs CI but doesn't currently have it? I think probably there are a few people who should have put their hands up and didn't, but anyway, all of you are the ones who we're really here to help today. So we want to make sure that by the time everybody leaves here, everything they've got is being CI'd. At the very least, everything should be getting built. Ideally, you have a workflow that includes, green check marks and red X's for all of your pull requests and merge requests and things like that. And hopefully you are populating a cache, and if you are working with other people on a team, you've given them instructions for setting up the cache so that when you push some massive change in your merge request, they don't have to take 4 hours to build it before they can test it. Similarly, with continuous deployment, that's something you might want to consider. Even if you've got CI set up, maybe you don't have CD set up, that's something that we can also help with. And basically I want to encourage people to ask as many questions as possible. We're going to have people wandering around. Everybody who knows me here better be doing that. And so yeah, we're just going to try to help out, answer questions. If there are questions that seem like very generally relevant, I might turn on the mic and announce them or something. But I think for the most part, it's going to be about like, how do we get through each person's individual issues with their repo? How do you, because there are various situations you can run into where the CI won't work as well as it might otherwise. And hopefully, everybody leaves with something that's working and running. So before we break into that, are there any questions? There?
Yeah, question about CIs. You mentioned a bunch of different feature columns or whatever you had on that slide.
Yeah.
One other feature that I wonder about is whether you can have a way to download things more quickly. Like a lot of these solutions have problems where you're spending a lot of time downloading from your cache before you start doing the CI job. You have dependencies.
Right. Yeah, I would say all of these do a considerably better job with that than just typical, for example, if you go on GitHub or GitLab and you just use one of their standard runners and say nix build this thing, then yeah, almost all of your CI time is going to be dominated by downloading dependencies every single time. And then you can get kind of fancy and try to shove that stuff into their cache and pull it out. It's sort of a mess. These tools, because they're Nix focused from the beginning, they are designed to do that better. And typically they will have, if you're running on a cluster, ultimately things will need to be downloaded and moved around sometimes, but these tools are gonna get it pretty nice from the get-go. You're not going to have nearly the amount of downloading and uploading time and that kind of stuff. For example, with Hercules, I think most of the users of Hercules are going to have one or several large builder machines, and those machines are just always going to have most of the stuff in their local cache. So that works super nicely. I think Garnix has something sort of internal to their cloud that does a similar thing. I don't know the details of how Hydra works, but it works at the scale of all of Nix packages built multiple times a day. So it's getting that right too. So yeah, that is one of the big reasons that it's better to use a Nix specific CI than to just use a typical average, sort of mainstream CI. Go ahead.
On the topic of mainstream CI, theoretically, if you were on a team that had a very mature CI/CD platform using the
two questions. How would you convince your team that that is something that's worth moving to? And the second part of that would be, like, how would you approach them moving off of that legacy CI/CD framework to something like this?
So in terms of convincing people, usually people who are operating CI systems, which often falls under the DevOps category, care a lot about speed. So I've heard one of my clients, for example, they have a KPI for, are the CI/CD builds under 5 minutes? So that's something that's got management visibility for them. So I think that just bringing those speeds down, because really with a Nix-focused tool, you can beat the pants off the speed of traditional CI tools. You can get down to the point where it's like, well, very little changed, so all I'm actually doing is evaluating the Nix expression, which might be seconds or tens of seconds, as opposed to traditional CI. Even if it's got caching and stuff, it's usually going to relink, or it's going to at least do something bigger than that. And then in terms of the actual operation of transitioning, I think it depends a lot on how the existing CI system is set up. But for example, on GitLab, so GitLab allows you to specify a directed acyclic graph of jobs in their GitLab CI.yaml file. And what you could effectively try to do in that is you could say, well, my Nix-specific CI is going to be one of the nodes in that graph. And then I'm going to make everything that might want to pull from that cache be a dependency, or be a dependent of that node. And then you can make sure that everything's in the cache before, maybe some third-party tool wants to, run a virus checker or something, right? And so then it can always deterministically pull from the Nix cache because it's afterwards in the CI pipeline. Yeah. Go ahead.
Would you approach other like smoke tests, integration tests, deployments, things that are not strictly building Nix expression, things like that? Would you approach that the same way?
For the most part, yes. Although I think that there's a pattern that I've come across in the Nix community that can be very nice, which is to have a derivation that builds a script to do something. So for example, at our company, we produce iOS apps a lot of the time, and that can't be done. The final signing step can't be done inside of the Nix sandbox. And so we just return a bash script. And then I think the bash script invokes Nix again. So it's sort of like a continuation passing style via bash scripts for the things that can't be sandboxed and pure. So that's the kind of thing you can do, right? So you could produce an artifact from the Nix CI tool that then becomes, embodies a lot of the logic of some other step that needs to happen, even though that's an impure step. And Hercules, for example, has a way of specifying impure steps to do after your build successfully completes in the Nix language. So you can kind of do what I was just describing. You can produce a script and you can say, whenever the master or main branch, successfully finishes building, then run this script, which maybe is a deployment script or something like that. It tends to be very specific to your CI system, how you do anything like that, but I think it's great to integrate it with Nix. I think that Nix doesn't have a lot to say about the very final impure step, but it can produce that step for you, and that can be a really useful way to do it. Yep. Go ahead. Well, I think I've seen a lot of projects that involve integrating Nix with Bazel and or Buck. I think that can be a little bit awkward. Obviously, those systems do have advantages in some areas, and I think also disadvantages in other areas. I think the key with Nix to structuring those kinds of like code quality tests and other kinds of tests is to leverage the fact that it's a directed acyclic graph, right? Try to get as much parallelism as you can. So there's no reason you can't invoke a basal build inside of Nix, right? Or invoke some other tool. And there's no rule that like the output of your Nix expression needs to be a package, right? So for example, you could, I don't want to get too specific about particular tools, but like, let's say you had a code coverage tool that produces some sort of report at the end, right? So you could write a very small Nix expression that says, hey, take my source directory, take the tool, run the tool on the source directory, and then just whatever its output report file is, copy that to $out, right? And that's my output. And so now you've got this artifact produced by the Nix system that has that report. Or you could even go a step further and say, well, the report had better be all good, otherwise I fail as a build. So I think, you know, if you look at Haskell.nix, which is it's IOG's sort of next generation proposed Haskell infrastructure for Nix, it takes every Haskell package and splits it into a library component, a test component, various other benchmark components, things like that. And each of those is a separate Nix derivation, which means that like if you have a library that depends on another library, it can start building before the tests finish running for the first one. So I think that's a very valuable technique as well. Like just because something like is one package doesn't mean it needs to translate into one Nix derivation. It can be a DAG of Nix derivations that come together at the end, and then you can leverage a bunch of parallelism in the Nix build, as well as avoiding rerunning things that haven't changed. Yeah, please.
Yeah, just a small addendum there. Historically, with Nix packages, Hydra is going to take a while before it even starts to evaluate. We haven't really thought about latency so much, but I think some of the idea with the AI use case is if we are going to run something every commit or every PR, we do care about these issues, and we're going to care about them more than we traditionally have. And the good news is, just as Ryan says, Nix is ultimately just an acyclic graph of jobs. There's no rules about how fine-grained or coarse-grained those jobs have to be. And so just naturally in trying to tune our CI to be faster and faster, we're going to end up having more and more fine-grained steps and push the CI system harder and harder. And like Ryan said earlier, yes, that will take some engineering to make sure the intermediate artifacts are efficiently moving between the runners and whatnot, but ultimately we'll get to the place where Nix really is competing head-to-head with the Bucks and Basils in the world much more than it is today. So yeah, I guess I would just invite everyone to have faith that we can, if we care about this use case, we can start using Nix in ways we haven't really as a community done yet, and the technology will rise to meet the challenge.
Yeah, definitely. Is that ATTIC? Okay, cool. So yeah, I guess that should go on the list of things people should consider here. Any other questions? All right, go ahead.
So what I've been having to do is just use GitLab CI to run
Yeah, I think, well, actually, in terms of free open source options, I would throw that one back to the crowd. I know Hercules and Garnix both support Flakes. And do you know if any of the other
I
ones?
thought Hydra supported Flakes.
It does, but there's gotchas to it, and it's not as feature rich as just, I might as well just use GitLab. That's ultimately what it came down to, because I had some issues with, this months ago I did it, so I kind of forget it, but there were some issues I had to run into, and it was simpler to use GitLab and have it that way than that's what it was. So the issue I wanted was I'm partially pulling from Nix Unstable, and every couple days I seem to have to rebuild WebKit GTK, which is a nightmare. And so what I wanted to set up was have CI to every night just go ahead and do a flake update, build whatever we got, and then if I decide I want to roll to that during the day, I don't have to wait for WebKit. And so there is no way in Hydra to be able to update your flake lock and then build. You have to have it there. So GitLab CI is what I'm using.
Yeah, I think, I know that Hercules has a capability to do something like that. I think it's $29 a month. So outside, for a hobby project, that's probably a bit much. For an enterprise, it's probably not such a big deal. But yeah, no, it would be certainly nice if Hydra had that capability as well. Maybe someone will contribute that functionality. Go ahead.
Just for clarity, Hydra supports Flakes with the Hydra jobs output.
Right, okay. That makes sense, yeah. Did I see another question? Okay. Well, then let's get into it to make sure that everybody who is interested in getting their CI rolling right now has the chance to do so and has the support. If you are doing that and you have a question, please raise your hand at any time. We'll be looking for hands up. And yeah, ask questions early, ask them often. Don't worry about anything being dumb, like we've all forgotten semicolons, and the second set of eyes always helps with that kind of thing. So yeah, let's get to it. And anybody in the audience who's willing to help, please help the people around you, or just start walking around and looking for hands. Thanks.
Test, test. I can help someone? Someone raise their hand? Who needs help? Ah, sold.
Hello, hello. We've got the whole Garnix team here, by the way, guys. So if anybody's interested in setting that up, please, you know. There you go.
Yeah, we'll be over there, and if anyone has questions or wants help, we will be over there. Thank you.
All right, folks. The time has come. It's time for lightning talks. Just flashbang myself with the projector. Okay, if you want to give a lightning talk, now's the time. Go line up on that wall. First come, first serve. Let's do it. Come on. You, yeah, I don't know where you set up. Good luck.
Where do I have to set up? Here?
Probably up there, I guess. It's the one part I don't know.
Hello? Hi! I think that's very loud. Yeah, okay, sorry. So we are Garnix. I'm Julian, this is Alex, and that's Zunke. So we thought we'd give a talk immediately after the previous workshop because we're Garnix, and we thought that we could show you how CI and hosting is a new thing. CI caching and hosting works with Garnix. From signing up to having your checks on GitHub and on the website, to caching, to deployments, which are a new feature. Sorry. And the premise here is like these lightning talks are supposed to be 5 minutes long, so I'm going to be measuring like the time myself, and we're going to try to do this in 5 minutes, right? So from not having an account to having servers running, NixOS servers running in the 5 minutes.
Cool. So we're going to start by signing up here. Garnix currently uses GitHub for authentication. So Zunke is going to sign up through GitHub. And then finish sign up. Agree to the terms of service. And then the next step is to enable Garnix on a repo. So going to choose the repo that we want to build. And we prepared a repo with some small Haskell project ahead of time. We're going to set that up now. Cool. And as you can see, there's no build yet, and that's just because we haven't pushed any commits since setting up the repo. So Zunke is now going to push a commit to this repo that we just set up. And give it a minute. And what Garnix, the first thing Garnix is going to do is evaluate your flake nix that it finds. There's nothing Garnix specific in this repo. There's just a flake file in the root that has some packages, some NixOS configurations, and some checks in it. And Garnix is just going to immediately start evaluating this. And you can see our check has failed here. So if you go in here, you can see that there's an issue. Oh, yeah, there it goes. And you can see that this was a check to make sure that there was no to-dos in the code base, and it failed because of that. All these checks are also visible on GitHub, so you can go there and see them all there.
Yeah, so we have here, Garnix is reading through your flake file. It sees that there are 2 NixOS configurations. It's building those. It also sees that there's a check. It builds that. The check is just a regular flake check. So you can run this locally with the standard Nix tools, Nix flake check, which solves the problem that you have in other systems where, reproducing a CI failure or whatever locally is quite hard. This is just Nix. So if we look at what it says here, the check is just checking that there are no to-dos in the source code. And it failed because there is, in fact, a to-do. So we're going to fix that. And that's the to-do. I don't know if you can see it, but the to-do says, say hello to NixCon. This is a small Haskell server, so we're going to change that to say hello to NixCon, fix that. And we're going to do one more thing. We're going to add a garnix.yaml. So this is going to be the first Garnix-specific thing on this repository. And that garnix.yaml is going to have, I don't know if you can see this, but it specifies what servers to deploy. So this is something new. Everything that we've shown so far is available. You can sign up. It doesn't cost anything. You can sign up right now and use it. This is still behind an alpha wait list. So if you want to use this, sign up for the wait list. And this is going to deploy your servers to Garnix's own infrastructure. So if we push this, we have now presumably a second entry in the build. This is the second commit that we've pushed. And we have to wait a little while. And we see the same things as before, because the deployment is going to come in as a new check after everything else is done. So if we wait a few seconds, hopefully we still have a few seconds. If we wait a few seconds, we'll see these things finish. By the way, all of this is cached. So Ryan and John talked about caching and all of these things. So we have a local cache, so we make sure that between builds, everything is much faster. And we see that everything's succeeded. The cache you can use as a remote cache, so you can download it locally as well, so you don't have to build everything. And now we see the two deployments. At the end of that, we're going to have the two servers, the backend and the front end, talking to one another. And every commit, they update with 0 downtime. OK, so I am running out of time. This doesn't, this will take a few more minutes before it's deployed. But once it's deployed, the server will be running, and will say, hello, NixCon, when you do a curl. Thank you.
Well done for 5 minutes. All right, next person up. If you got a demo, get in that line. Line's looking pretty short. Come on. Hey, Tom, do a Nix REPL demo. Do a Nix REPL demo. No, I mean, get in line to do it. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. So these tokens too, if I use one of these tokens, can I get on the Garnix waitlist? A little bump. Okay, so I'm gonna go through a project I've been working on for the past 2 months. It's basically what I'm trying to do is make Vercel for Nix. I'm not gonna go through the entire thing like the Garnix people just did, but I'll just give a brief overview of like what it's trying to do and what you can do with it today. So I gotta find my mouse. So I'm just gonna go over deploying a Nix flake on Flakery and connecting to Tailscale. So what you can do is you create a Tailscale service using this flake template and add your service to your configuration with an auth file key. And can I zoom in? Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Now I gotta find the mouse again. Here you go. So yeah, it's not too crazy. And then I already have one here. So you would take this, copy it, head over to flakery.dev, and then create your. This would say sign in with GitHub if I wasn't already signed in. You'd sign in. You can paste it here and hit create. But I already have one created with the right syntax. Like you have to make sure you use a valid flake URL. And then when you have that, where is that link? Where'd it go? Right there. What you can do is then add your auth key which I would show you it, but I don't want to give that to everybody here. But you can add a file to this template here with your SCaLE auth key, and then go ahead and create a deployment. And what this will do is provision you a VM and apply that flake to the VM with this secret file there. And then, after you wait a few minutes, you should be able to see it in your SCaLE and then connect to it via SSH. So it's basically, it's like if you have a Nix flake that configures a NixOS module, you just put it into this form, hit go, and then you'll get a VM with that configured. And one day it's going to have auto scaling and load balancers and lots of cool stuff. But I'd really love you guys to check it out, try it out, and if you want, you can join my Matrix server and give me feedback. Yeah, that's all I got. Question? It's open source. It's scattered, but I'm gonna get it all in one place. So, yeah. All right.
All right, thank you very much. Let the next one get set up. Yeah. If we don't get more people in line, I'm just going to make Tom do more stuff. I know. No, I'm pretty sure Tom would love to give plenty of demos. Yes. After Nix REPL, we can do Nix output monitor. You can do a one-liner with parallel to do some crazy stuff. You ready? Cool.
Hey there. This is a very humble demo. I haven't built anything. But I thought about sharing this, which happened last week, as sort of like motivational for newcomers and just general Nix appreciation. So last week, I picked up this ticket. Our Kafka client would stop processing messages and never recover. And I couldn't wrap it locally. And basically, it would freeze with this log message that the application max poll interval was exceeded. And not being able to repro, I tried to trace this message, and I managed to find it inside the librd Kafka source code. And my naive approach to this was, well, can I print debug my way to understanding what is happening here? Like, why does the prod consumer hit this line of code, but mine doesn't? Does this function ever get called? Do we always reach this return here? And my first problem is, this is my dependency chain. I have my application. I have the company's wrapper for the Kafka library. I have the Haskell Kafka library. And then I have RD Kafka, the C library that HW Kafka client uses. How can I swap RD Kafka for my local version? Without Nix, I have no idea how to do this. With Nix, I know there's a chain of derivations that takes me from my application to RD Kafka. And then what I do is I just go to search.nixos.org and I find Can you hear me now? Yes. Awesome. All right. So I click source, and I find the definition of HW Kafka client here. And inside library system depends, I find RD Kafka. And then I go to search nixos.org. I go to the source for RD Kafka, and I see it's fetched, the source is fetched from GitHub. And I think, can I just point that source to my local directory? I know make derivation can be changed with override headers, so I do that. Point it to a local checkout of Liberty Kafka, but how do I make HW Kafka client use it though? Can I use an overlay? Can I make my Nix packages, RD Kafka, use this overridden RD Kafka, which points to my local checkout? It didn't really work. I don't know why. I thought overlays allowed me to replace packages, but, well, it's not using my local version with my print debugs. But I have other tools. Can I override headers on the HW Kafka client? Well, I try it. It doesn't error out, but still doesn't work. It's not printing my debugs. Google, I find slides from NixCon 2015 talking about override cabal. I use override cabal. Library system depends points to my RD Kafka, and it works. My takeaway, I would have no idea how to do this without NixOS. Like how to replace a C library deep in my dependency chain without Nix. Who knows, maybe doing this without Nix is easy, perhaps even easier, but it's not discoverable. With Nix, the dependency chain is all declared and readable, and I can poke at it. So in a sense, for the average programmer like me, Nix is a little bit like a superpower.
All right. Here's to hoping that this battery doesn't die.
Let me figure out how to. Is it? Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So you can clip this onto your shirt.
I'll just hold it. So hello everyone, I'm Nick Tao, and I just decided to do this lightning talk maybe 5 minutes ago, since I feel like a lot have been covered for the upper levels of Nix, but few has been covered on lower levels of Nix. So like, how does Nix actually works under the hood? A lot of content in my talk can be found on that Nix Pills webpage, but I feel it's just easier for me to talk about it. So first of all, we know about build systems like GNU make. So what is a GNU make? You just write a make file, and you say that on the left side, it's the output. So our output is main.o. On the right side is all the input files, so main.c defs.h. Below that, it's the command to run to generate the output from that input. So that's a build system. And if we check one of these build rules, we can see that it can be separated into 3 parts, as I've just described. So it's the target, it's the prerequisites, and the recipe. So the prerequisites, so the dependencies or inputs, are referenced in the recipe, and so they should be considered part of that recipe. So what I mean is that, so you do cc compile util.c. Util.c is both an input and part of that recipe. And target is a consequence of the recipe. So like whatever recipe, whatever command you've just ran, you produce the identical output given your input and the command you're using. So the output is actually a function of that recipe. Think of like a math function sine and an input 2. You know sine 2, that's the output. Whatever or wherever you run that function, it always gives the same output. And so we know that a rule in GNU make file is the smallest minimal unit of build. So we name the minimal unit of build as a derivation, as in Nix. So the code below are just a rough approximation of how Nix really works. Don't try them, they won't work. So given that makefile line util.o, is built from utils.c and diffs.h. And how to build that? We use cc c utils.c. So that's a derivation, and the builder is just that command we use to build the output. So how do we name that output? First of all, we evaluate the derivation. So we drop all the syntax triggers of Nix, gets the final output is just like JSON, a flat output, and we normalize it, so like canonical JSON kind of thing. But in Nix, it's called derivation. And we hash that output, so we get a SHA hash, and we use this to name that output. So to ensure the reproducibility of Nix derivations, we also have to track all the inputs. So like in the previous command, we use cc as a compiler, we use util.c as the input. So we have to track these inputs as separate derivations. This is a very natural design. So we can just do cc is some derivation, utils.c is from some derivation, and our resulting derivation is a DAC composed of these input derivations. You can see that there's generally no impurity from this invocation. Everything is just encapsulated in derivations, and this can be normalized or evaluated to this. So you can see every derivation pass is replaced by their hash. And let's ignore this part.